Chapter 200. Due to the sudden incident today, time was too tight, so I only wrote 2 chapters. Tomorrow, 3 chapters. Please add them to your collection and subscribe. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu finally returned safely, allowing the worried Hao Ranzhen sect members to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next day in the Haoran main hall, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, Shen Yu, Yi Haoran, and the other high-level members of the Hao Ranzhen sect were all present. Yi Tianzong swept his gaze over everyone in the Haoran main hall, then said, "Today, I mainly want to talk about 2 things. First, I want to talk about my experience with Ling Xingyue and Shen Yu in the demonic mountain range. I want everyone to know the strength of the demons in the demonic mountain range. I have already recorded our experience in the past 8 days using the light mirror. Everyone take a look now." After saying this, Yi Tianzong took out the light mirror. The light mirror expanded to about 3 meters in size and floated in the air above the Haoran main hall. Then, with a flash of brilliance, the scene of Yi Tianzong and the others arriving at the Sky Demon Temple began to appear. Yi Tianzong had already deleted some secret scenes, then controlled the light mirror to quickly play it. In any case, with the eyesight of the saint-level experts present, he was not afraid that they would not be able to see it clearly. After playing for a full 6 hours, the light mirror's recording of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu's experience in the demonic mountain range was finally finished. Even the last scene that Yi Tianzong and the others saw, which was formed by countless demons that covered at least 10,000 li, was displayed at the end of the light mirror. After watching the scene played by the light mirror, the high-level members of the Hao Ranzhen sect finally understood what kind of dangerous situation Yi Tianzong and the others were facing. If it had been them, they would have been finished in the Sky Demon Temple. While they were marveling at Yi Tianzong's trio's unrivaled strength, everyone was also shocked by the incomparably powerful strength of the demon clan in the demonic mountain range. How big was the celestial Devil Mountain range? That was a vast area with a radius of at least 35 million miles. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had flown over 30 million miles, but they were only very close to the center of the celestial Devil Mountain range. On this path, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 people had already encountered so many demon powerhouses. Then, how many more demon powerhouses were hidden in the vast heavenly Devil Mountain range? The higher-ups of Hao Ranzhen sect couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had gone to the demonic mountain range. Only then did everyone know about the terrifying strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range. Otherwise, the entire Central Plains would still be complacent about eliminating the strongholds of the demon race. Little did they know that the strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range had far exceeded the total strength of those strongholds. Perhaps the battle with the demon race had just begun. After everyone had finished reading the record of the light mirror, Yi Tianzong said, "The strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range is much stronger than the total strength of those strongholds. Our battle with the demon race has just passed the warm-up stage." In the record, the last demons that Xingyue, Shanyue, and I encountered were already close to the center of the demonic mountain range. According to my investigation, the demon chi of the demons in the center of the demonic mountain range is even more intense and evil. Once you are injured by these demons, your strength and will be eroded by the demon chi. Once you can't resist and solve it, you will eventually become a member of the demon race. We must plan ahead and come up with a preventive solution. What? As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, everyone in the Haoran Hall was shocked. There was actually such a situation. This was very bad news for them and for all the humans and demons in the Central Plains. Yi Haoran said with a serious expression, "Tianzong, are you telling the truth?" Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "Yes, I'm telling the truth. I can feel that the demon chi of those demons is different. It has a very strong power to erode the mind. This kind of demon chi can magnify the inner demons of us warriors and erode our reason and will. Once we can't get rid of it, we will completely become puppets controlled by the demon chi. However, compared with the other forces in the central planes, our Hauranjin sect is better. The Hauran, true, heavenly gang tactics and holy tactics that I created, as long as you don't have evil intentions, you will basically comprehend the righteousness of Hauran, which has a certain restraining effect on the demon chi. The possibility of being eroded by the demon chi and becoming a demon is not high. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, all the high-level members of the Hauranjin sect present were relieved. Everyone present had experienced the inner demon before. Breaking through from a martial honorable to a martial saint was a process of transcending the mortal world and entering the divine world. Every martial artist would have to go through the trial of their inner demons. It was a test of a warrior's wisdom, will, and martial arts heart. Only those who had experienced it would know the horror of the inner demons. Moreover, the inner demons would never disappear. The so-called inner demons were produced by the combination of people's 7 emotions and 6 desires, selfish thoughts, and personal experiences. As long as a person was alive, the inner demons would always exist. The so-called elimination of the inner demons was just to eliminate the negative forces, emotions, and distracting thoughts that had accumulated at a certain stage. As time passed, new inner demons would still be produced. Yi Tianzong continued, "We still need to spread the news throughout the central plains so that all the forces and warriors in the central plains can be mentally prepared. It would be better if there is a good way. Also, I will copy the image recorded by the light mirror into the image retaining stone so that all the forces in the central plains know some of the strength of the demon race. I will let them understand that the battle with the demon race has only just begun. The second thing is that Xin Yu and I are in love with each other. Therefore, I have decided to choose an auspicious day to marry Xin Yu and officially marry her." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the high-level members of the Hauranjin sect present, including Yi Hauran and Yi Tianzong's family, all congratulated Yi Tianzong and Xin Yu with an expression as if they had expected this. It just so happened that 5 days later was a good day. Time was tight. Putting aside the matter of the demon race, everyone in the Hauranjin sect was busy preparing for Yi Tianzong's wedding. Xin Yu's personality was also not fond of publicity. Therefore, the Hauranjin sect held the wedding in a low-key manner. They only invited Ling Yunhal, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were in the same camp as the Hauranjin sect. Ling Yunhal, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were in the same camp as the Hauranjin sect, naturally had some understanding of Xin Yu, a super expert who was on par with Yi Tianzong. While they envied the Hauranjin sect for having another invincible fighting force, they did not neglect the wedding. On the day of the wedding, the Ling Yunhal master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters were all present, making everyone in the Hauranjin sect feel very proud. After the wedding, Yi Tianzong and Xin Yu spend a few days in the immortal mansion, living an intimate life that the immortals would envy. Then, on the afternoon of the second day in the outside world, they walked out of the immortal mansion. After comforting Ling Xinyue, who had been cultivating alone in the room without sleep, Yi Tianzong brought Xanyu and Xinyu to the Hauran Great Hall. In the Hauran Great Hall, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters were all present. Once again, he took out the light mirror and played his experience in the demonic mountain range. Then he told them about the demonic chi and the last demon they encountered. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters all had grave expressions. The strength of the demon race had exceeded their expectations, and there was also the problem of the demonic chi. This was also a very thorny problem. The ethereal Saint Master said in a heavy tone, "It seems that our battle with the demon race has only just begun. In ancient times, there were cases of demonic chi corroding martial artists, but it was very rare. Now, it seems that the situation we are about to face is not optimistic. We have to think of a way to prevent or solve this problem. Otherwise, we will be very passive in the future. Yi Tianzong said, "As the seal of heaven and earth is broken, heaven and earth are recovering, and our strength is increasing. The existence that was suppressed in the depths of the world is also recovering. He should be the Wushan demon lord that the demon race in the abyss worships. The increase in the strength of the demon race is inevitable. Let's first spread the news of the demon race's strength and demonic qi to the central planes, so that they can be mentally prepared. We can only think of a way to solve the demonic qi slowly." Chapter 201. Through the Demon-Killing Alliance and the Warriors for Higher Guild in the Central Plains, Yi Tianzong's group of three's experiences in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, as well as the matter of the demon qi, spread to all the warriors in the Central Plains in less than 7 days. After seeing how Yi Tianzong's group of three faced the demon race experts, everyone in the Central Plains knew that destroying the demon race's stronghold was not something to be proud of. That was only a small part of the demon race's strength. In the future, there would be countless battles with the demon race to go through. Therefore, under the proposal of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, the Demon-Killing Alliance spent a year to reorganize. They absorbed the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains, and the number of sub-alliances increased to 108. They also began to make targeted arrangements for the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. After the Demon-Killing Alliance was reorganized, the number of 8-star decision-makers was still 36. The number of sub-alliances increased to 108, and the number of 7-star elders increased to 36,000. Moreover, the sub-alliances of the Demon-Killing Alliance this time were not distributed throughout the Central Plains. Instead, they were distributed in a regular pattern outside the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. They were tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Celestial Devil Mountain Range and surrounded it. In this way, the demon race, the human race, and the demon race in the Central Plains were clearly separated. In the event of a war or a sudden accident, it would be easier to deal with it. After the Demon-Killing Alliance's sub-alliances surrounded the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, and the main alliance coordinated the reinforcements. In the following 3 years, the 108 sub-alliances completed their selection and construction, and the strength of each sub-alliance was in place one after another. During this process, the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range did not make any movements, and they allowed the Demon-Killing Alliance to appear so brazenly near their door. No one knew what they were thinking. However, this was good news for the Central Plains, so the major forces only had doubts in their hearts and immediately threw them to the back of their minds. After going to the Celestial Devil Mountain Range and seeing the strength of the demon race and the many demon envoys, Yi Tianzong also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. There were too many devil envoys in the demon clan. With just him and Xin Yu, it was impossible to deal with them. It wasn't that Yi Tianzong couldn't defeat them, but once these demon envoys spread out and attacked the Demon-Killing Alliance's sub-guilds one by one, Yi Tianzong and Shen, you wouldn't be able to take care of them all. There were 2 main reasons why the demon envoys were so powerful that they far surpassed the martial artists of the profound spirit world. One of them was that before they became demon envoys, they were already the most outstanding members of the Abyss Demon Clan. Their strength in all aspects was not any weaker than the geniuses of the Central Plains. On the other hand, it was to become a devil envoy. Most importantly, it was to obtain a drop of devil blood from the so-called Wushang devil ancestor. The drop of demonic blood came from a great emperor, who was at least at the 8th celestial layer of myth. Every drop of demonic blood contained an endless amount of pure power and a trace of immortality. After being transformed by the demonic blood, the originally powerful demons were reborn in all aspects. Their strength increased sharply. As long as they were not killed, they would rely on the power of the demonic blood to gradually recover to their peak state. These two aspects were the main reason why the demon envoys were so difficult to deal with. No matter how outstanding the geniuses of the Central Plains were, it was difficult for them to resist the powerful strength of the demon envoys. As for Yi Tianzong and Xinyu, one of them was the reincarnation of an expert who had obtained a supreme opportunity and traversed many worlds. The other was the reincarnation of an expert who had accumulated an endless amount of resources. That was why he could deal with the demon envoys. However, the other people of the profound spirit world did not have such prerequisites. Since they didn't have such prerequisites, they had to create prerequisites to make up for it. If quality wasn't enough, quantity would make up for it. Yi Tianzong thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong discussed with the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect and gathered countless resources in the Central Plains to build 36 creation spirit pools. The so-called creation spirit pools were actually spirit pools in the Haoranjin sect that could assist in the cultivation of special constitutions. This was one of the important reasons why the Haoranjin sect was able to produce so many outstanding disciples and develop so quickly that it could look down on all the powers in the Central Plains. Through this creation spirit pool, the Haoranjin sect could continuously nurture geniuses and look down on the Central Plains. When Yi Tianzong first said that he wanted to publicly build the creation spirit pools, the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect didn't agree. This was one of the top secrets of the Haoranjin sect. Only Yi Tianzong and his family knew how to build them. However, they were eventually convinced by Yi Tianzong's reasons. The main reason was that Yi Tianzong, with the help of Shen Yu's knowledge and fragmented memories, had researched and comprehended the creation spirit pool. The so-called creation spirit pool was actually an upgrade of the creation spirit pool. The main function of the creation spirit pool was to assist in the cultivation of special constitutions at spirit level, while the creation spirit pool could assist in the cultivation of special constitutions at mystic level. The physical constitutions in the universe were generally divided according to their potential: mortal level, spirit level, mystic level, divine level, king level, emperor level, supreme level, and heaven level. Each physical constitution was also generally divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Spiritual bodies were considered special constitutions. If low-level constitutions were met with suitable opportunities and conditions, they could be upgraded to higher constitutions. If one did not have extraordinary talent or a powerful bloodline, then those at the peak of mystic level were the most powerful constitutions below myth realm. If one wanted to obtain divine level constitutions, they could only become myth realm elites. The appearance of the creation spirit pool could be said to be a seed that could be used to cultivate myth realm elites in batches. The disciples of Haoranjin sect could still continue to look down on the disciples of the various forces of power in the Chinese plains. Besides, it was impossible for Haoranjin sect to publicly build the creation spirit pool for nothing. This sort of thing would not benefit Haoranjin sect, but it would greatly benefit all the other forces of power in the Chinese plains. If they wanted to obtain a spot to build the creation spirit pool, they would have to pay a large amount of resources to Haoranjin sect. After convincing the higher-ups of Haoranjin sect, Yi Tianzong did not rashly start to make a move with great fanfare. Instead, he first notified Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, 10 great holy lands, and other forces that were on the same side as Haoranjin sect. He asked the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and 10 great holy lands to bring some of their trusted subordinates to Haoranjin sect. The invitation of Haoranjin sect was very solemn. Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and 10 great holy lands also realized that there must be something important. Therefore, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and 10 great holy lands each brought 10 people to Haoranjin sect. After these people arrived at Haoranjin sect, Yi Haoran did not keep them in suspense. He said directly, "Everyone is familiar with the 1,000 elephant formation. According to my son Tianzong's classification, the difficulty of the 1,000 elephant formation is divided into ordinary, elite, chosen one, king, and supreme. Correspondingly, the strength of warriors in each martial arts realm can also be divided according to this level. I'm sure everyone has always been curious as to why our Hao-Ranjin sect has so many chosen one disciples, which far surpasses your forces, right? After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, Taixian, Zhenyan, Tianshui, Piaomiao, Tianjian Xianluo, Luyun, Wuji, Gulan, Xiaoyao, and the other great holy lands in Haoran's main hall couldn't help but feel excited. What Yi Haoran said was indeed something that they had always been curious about. As a holy land and a king of God's force that had been passed down since the mythological era, they naturally didn't lack methods to cultivate disciples. However, when compared with the disciples of Hao-Ranjin sect, the gap between the disciples they cultivated was obvious, especially the chosen one disciples. They had spent countless resources and energy, but there were only dozens of them in each force. Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect only had 60 of them. However, the chosen one disciples of Hao-Ranjin sect appeared in batches. This really made them want to know the reason behind it. They had long guessed that Hao-Ranjin sect had an effective method to cultivate disciples. However, this definitely involved the fundamental secret of Hao-Ranjin sect. Not to mention whether Hao-Ranjin sect had such a method. Even if they did, they wouldn't admit it. Rashly asking would also damage their relationship with Hao-Ranjin sect. Ever since they had formed an alliance with Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect had benefited greatly, not to mention the 10 great holy lands. The strength that they had lost during the Abyss demon calamity in ancient times was also rapidly recovering. They didn't want to spoil the good situation because of this matter. Chapter 202. As the leaders of the King of God's forces and the sacred lords of the 10 great sacred lands, they were not noobs in cultivation. They had a very clear understanding of the Hao-Ranjin sect. The Hao-Ranjin sect, led by Yi Tianzong, was a force that started the revival of the world. It was a force that was favored by the heavens and favored by the heavens and earth. As long as they did not commit any sins and were rejected by the heavens and earth, they would be fine. Even if they encountered difficulties and dangers, they would eventually turn misfortunes into blessings and become one of the most powerful forces in the world. It was fine to go against such a force before it matured. However, once it matured and became enemies with it, it was equivalent to indirectly standing on the opposite side of the heavens and earth. That was simply courting death. The Hao-Ranjin sect was a force that was chosen by the heavens and had an invincible master like Yi Tianzong as its commander. The way the sect did things was also very upright. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred lords were smart people and naturally knew how to choose. After joining the Hao-Ranjin sect, whether it was the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, or the 10 great sacred lands, they were all rapidly developing and strengthening. This was something they could all feel. Naturally, they would not strangle their relationship with the Hao-Ranjin sect just because they were curious. Originally, they had not thought about this matter. However, Yi Haoran's words today made their suppressed thoughts stir again. Moreover, they also felt the unusual meaning in Yi Haoran's words. This made their strong hearts, which had been through many battles, ripple involuntarily. They focused their attention on Yi Haoran and waited for him to continue. Seeing that the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters were all staring at him, Yi Haoran did not mind. Instead, he continued, "Actually, the reason why our Hao-Ranjin sect is able to produce so many geniuses is mainly because our Hao-Ranjin sect has a creation spirit pool that uses countless heavenly treasures to create. My son, Tianzong, once said that there are endless fortunes in the universe. There are always people who are born with extraordinary talents. They stand far above ordinary people when they are born. Some of them have powerful physiques, some have noble bloodlines, and some have innate divine abilities. These are all things that we mortals can't compare with. Since he couldn't compete with them innately, he would have to put in more effort. If he didn't have the conditions, he would create them. According to my son Tianzong's understanding, the physique grades in the universe are generally divided into mortal grade, spiritual grade, mystic grade, divine grade, king grade, and so on. Every rank was divided into low, middle, high, and peak. God-class constitutions could only be obtained by god myths, and king-class constitutions could only be obtained by god kings. And peak, mystic, grade constitutions were the highest level below god myths. Generally speaking, having a special constitution meant that they had greater potential than ordinary people, better aptitude, and a broader martial arts future. Of course, this situation is not absolute. Martial arts cultivation can't be achieved by relying on physique alone. But under normal circumstances, I'm sure you won't doubt this conclusion. After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters all nodded in agreement. This was true. It didn't mean that ordinary people couldn't compare with people with special constitutions. It was just that this situation was too rare. In most cases, people with powerful constitutions were more likely to reach the peak of martial arts. For example, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters all had special constitutions and outstanding aptitudes. This was also one of the important reasons why they could cultivate so quickly. After seeing them nod, Yi Haoran continued, "When one's constitution reaches the spiritual grade, it can be considered a special constitution. And in my Hao Ranjin sect, the creation spirit pool can help ordinary martial artists cultivate to the spiritual grade. As long as one's aptitude isn't too bad, the success rate is more than 80%. It can also help one cultivate to the peak of the spiritual grade. As for mystic grade constitutions, there's a 5% chance of success." After hearing Yi Haoran's reason, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters couldn't hold back their excitement. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Master asked excitedly, "Sect Master Yi Haoran, is this true?" Yi Haoran smiled faintly and said, "Ha! Since I said it, of course it's true. I wonder if any of you are interested in the construction method of the creation spirit pool?" Although they had guessed it before, happiness came too suddenly. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters were all caught off guard. They originally thought that they were only going to open up the creation spirit pool and give them some spots. They didn't expect that they would share the construction method of the creation spirit pool and even ask if they were interested. At this moment, if anyone dared to stop them, they would dare to fight with their lives. As long as they had this creation spirit pool, their respective forces would soar and reach the peak of the ancient era. Faced with this temptation that could change the fate of their sects, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters couldn't care less about their poise. The Lingyun Hall Master directly said, "Sect Master Yi, if you have any conditions, just say it. As long as my Lingyun Hall can do it, I'll do it." After the Lingyun Hall Master finished speaking, the Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 great sacred masters didn't want to be left behind. They also said that Yi Haoran could state any conditions he wanted. Even if he didn't like any of the sacred grounds, they would help to destroy them. Yi Haoran motioned for the Lingyun Hall Master and the others to quiet down. Then he said with a smile, "You must know what the creation spirit pool means to a sect. This is also the most fundamental top secret of my Haoranjin sect. If it weren't for the fact that the devil clan was powerful and there were too many devil envoys, our Haoranjin sect wouldn't have this idea, even though Tianzong and Xinyu weren't afraid of them. They couldn't be at 2 places at once." Sharing the construction method of the creation spirit pool is also to cultivate more heavenly talents for the central planes. The devil envoys of the devil clan are all at the supreme master level. It's too difficult for Supreme Masters to appear. If we can't cultivate Supreme Masters in a short time, we can cultivate heavenly talents and king-level masters. If the quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. If one person can't defeat them, we can send 100 or 200 people to besiege one person. I don't believe that we can't hold back those devil envoys. But regarding sharing the construction method of the creation spirit pool, our Haurangian sect has two plans. This is a fundamental method that can decide the fate of a force. Our Haurangian sect plans to gather the resources of many forces within the territory of the Demon-Killing Alliance to build 36 creation spirit pools. We'll cultivate outstanding heavenly talents for the Central Plains. However, the key part of the construction of the spirit pools will still be in the hands of our Haurangian sect. When the time comes, we'll need your support. On the other hand, your Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands are on the same side as our Haurangian sect. In order to ensure our influence and control over the Central Plains, our Haurangian sect has decided to share the complete construction method of the spirit pools with you. As for the conditions, you can use all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures, spiritual herbs, and refining materials in exchange. How much do you think is appropriate? Yi Haoran explained his plans for the creation spirit pool. Then he kicked the ball to the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters, allowing them to name their own prices. As for the two plans that Yi Haoran mentioned regarding the creation spirit pool, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters only thought about the first plan for a short while. Anyway, it wouldn't do them any harm. They could even use the resources of other forces to cultivate their own disciples. It was very cost-effective. What they really cared about was the second plan. They had to get their hands on the complete construction method of the creation spirit pool. After thinking about it for a while, the Sky Snow Sacred Master finally said, "Sect Master Yi, since the Haurangian sect intends to help us, our Sky Snow Sacred Ground won't be unreasonable. After all, this method isn't something that can be bought just because one wants to. How about this? Our Sky Snow Sacred Ground must obtain the complete construction method of the creation spirit pool. Sect Master Yi, why don't you tell me what resources and materials are needed to build the creation spirit pool? Our Sky Snow Sacred Ground will use all the materials and resources that we have used for 30 years to purchase it. How about that?" After the Sky Snow Sacred Master finished speaking, the eyes of the other 9 Great Holy Masters, the Lingyun Hall Master, and the Kunlun Sect Master lit up. That's right, this method was the most suitable. At the same time, they all voiced out the same conditions. After hearing the Sky Snow Sacred Master's words, Yi Haoran also agreed in his heart. The construction of the creation spirit pool required a lot of natural treasures. Every year, it would also consume a lot of resources. Even with the current resources of the Haurangian sect, they still felt the pinch. Anyway, with a better creation spirit pool, they weren't afraid of surpassing the Haurangian sect. In this way, with the resources and materials provided by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, they could still build 2 more creation spirit pools. This was also pretty good. Chapter 203. The third watch is complete. Please collect and subscribe. Thank you, my dear friends. Thinking of this, Yi Haoran smiled and said, "Sky Snow Holy Lord's words are reasonable, and the price you paid is also very appropriate. I will list out the heavenly treasures and materials needed to build the creation spirit pool, as well as the treasures that will be used when using it, and give it to everyone. I don't know if there is a key material like the creation spirit marrow in the treasury of your sect. If there isn't, you will still have to pay other prices to buy it from my Haurangian sect." This was natural. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lords did not have any objections. After receiving the list of materials, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others could not wait to bid farewell to Yi Haoran. Then they hurriedly returned to their respective sects to see if there were any complete resources in their treasury. The creation spirit marrow was one of the key materials to build the creation spirit pool. Yi Tianzong did not know if there was any in the profound spirit world. In any case, there was no such thing in the Hao Ranjin sect or in the Penglai sect's treasury. This creation spirit marrow was obtained by Yi Tianzong from the Clear Sky sect in the previous world. According to the records of the Clear Sky sect, the creation of this creation spirit marrow required extremely harsh conditions, and only people who knew how to use the Clear Sky scripture could take it out in perfect condition. From Yi Tianzong's point of view, only people who had the power of a god or a saint could come into contact with the creation spirit marrow. Among the many worlds that Yi Tianzong had traveled through, he had only seen it in the previous world. The creation spirit pool was also something that Yi Tianzong came up with based on the way the Clear Sky sect trained their disciples in his previous world. 7 days later, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great holy lords brought many people to the Hao Ranjin sect. The Kunlun Sect Master said to Yi Haoran, "Sect Master Yi, we have brought the materials. They are in the storage pouch. However, after comparing the list of materials, we found that there is no such thing as good fortune spirit marrow, so we want to buy some from your sect." After the Kunlun Sect Master finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall Master and 8 of the 10 great sacred masters also said that they did not have a material like the spiritual essence of creation in their respective treasure vaults. They wanted to buy some from the Hao Ranjin sect. The Lingyun Hall Master and the others did not suspect that the Hao Ranjin sect was lying to them. After all, there was no need to do so. It was not a big deal to add some private goods to the list of materials. However, the Hao Ranjin sect would not do such a disgraceful thing to lie about the key materials. Only the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord spoke. They had the fortune spiritual marrow in their treasury, but it was too little. They hoped to purchase some from the Hao Ranjin sect. Hearing the words of the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the other 8 great sacred masters were all moved. They made up their minds to ask where the fortune spiritual marrow could be found in the future. Yi Haoran was also surprised by the words of the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord. Yi Tianzong had told him about the origin of the fortune spiritual marrow. He originally thought that it did not exist in this world, so he came up with an excuse to use the Penglai sect as a scapegoat. He did not expect that it really existed, which made his words more believable. Yi Haoran asked the people of the 100 Herb Hall and the Spiritual Plant Hall to check the materials brought by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds. After confirming that there were no oversights, he said, "To be honest, our Hao Ranjin sect does not know how the fortune spiritual marrow came about. The name was also given by Tianzong. In the past, we did not know when or who obtained it. No one knew what it was. Later on, Tianzong obtained some from the treasure vault of the Penglai sect. He guessed that it should have come from the deep sea of the Boundless Sea region. However, our Hao Ranjin sect does not have much fortune spiritual marrow. We still have to keep some for the 36 large-scale fortune spiritual pawns in the demon-killing alliance's territory. Therefore, we can only sell 2 portions to each of you. After all, our Hao Ranjin sect also needs to keep some as a backup. So be it. It's better than nothing." They had also seen the amount of materials and various heavenly treasures needed to build the fortune spiritual pawns. There were really a lot of them. Building 1 fortune spiritual pond would at least empty 20% of the heavenly treasures of their respective factions. They would buy 2 portions and use 1 portion, leaving 1 portion as a backup. After all, they knew that the fortune spiritual marrow existed in this world. Was there a need to be afraid that they would not be able to find it in the future? After collecting enough materials and treasures, they would build another fortune spiritual pond. Of course, to be on the safe side, the Lingyun Hall master and the others still asked Yi Tianzong to help them build the fortune spiritual pond, even though they already had the method to build it. After all, if they did not succeed on the first try, all the heavenly treasures and materials that they had invested would be wasted. In particular, things like the fortune spiritual marrow were pitifully scarce and could not be found in a short period of time. There were also many other materials. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands only had a few portions in storage. If there was a mistake, the Lingyun Hall master and the others would be heartbroken. After working hard for half a year, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands finally succeeded in building the fortune spiritual pond under the guidance and help of Yi Tianzong. They had also tested it. The fortune spiritual pond was very effective. It could completely help ordinary warriors cultivate special constitutions. Because of this, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands were even more diligent in finding the fortune spiritual marrow. 3 years later, because of the huge investment of resources, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands had successively produced a batch of outstanding disciples with powerful combat strength. According to the classification of the 1,000 Elephant Formation, they had reached the level of the stronger elites. At the same time, the Devil Clan in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range did not take any action. They did not take the initiative to attack the subleagues of the Devil-Slaying Alliance. In these 3 years, Yi Tianzong did not just sit there and do nothing. He did not swagger to attract the attention of the Devil Clan like before. Instead, he secretly hid his aura and went to the center of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range to investigate the situation. He did not find anything. The Devil Clan was only recovering their strength. It seemed that they were carrying out some plan underground. However, Yi Tianzong could not sneak in quietly underground. He was not familiar with the place, so he simply did not continue to investigate. It was a good thing that there was no battle with the Devil-Slaying Alliance. Taking advantage of this peaceful time, it was convenient for him to carry out his plan to improve the strength of the Central Plains and cultivate more experts. 3 years after the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lands built the Fortune Spiritual Pool. It was time for the Central Plains Heavenly Legends competition. All the leaders and outstanding disciples of the Central Plains gathered in Heavenly Legends City. After half a month of competition, the Heavenly Legends competition ended. The results of this Heavenly Legends competition were unacceptable to both the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains. This was because in this Heavenly Legends competition, except for 3 places in the top 100, the other 97 places were all occupied by the disciples of the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. The Haoranjin sect still occupied the first place with a total of 30 places. They took the first, third, sixth, and seventh places in the top 10. The remaining 67 places were divided among the disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. Even among the top 3,000 places, more than 70% were occupied by the disciples of the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. There was no under-the-table manipulation in the competition. It was completely fair and just to the greatest extent. However, it was because of this fairness that the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains could not accept it. Why was their most outstanding disciple so far behind the disciples of the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands? It did not make sense at all. The leaders of the human clan and the demon clan all stared at Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great holy lords. Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall master, and the others did not look nervous at all. Their expressions were as calm as ever. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward and tense, Yi Tianzong's voice rang in the ears of all the leaders of the various forces. Come to the Alliance Hall. I have something to announce. No one dared to slight Yi Tianzong, who was recognized as an invincible master in the Central Plains. They all came to the demon-slaying alliance hall one after another. After everyone was seated, Yi Tianzong glanced at everyone in the hall indifferently. Everyone who was glanced at by Yi Tianzong's indifferent gaze felt as if they had been seen through. They felt as if they were ants, and a layer of cold sweat formed on their backs. After glancing at everyone, Yi Tianzong told everyone in the Demon-Slaying Alliance Hall why he had gathered them this time. After he finished talking about the Creation Spirit Pool, all the leaders of the various forces in the Alliance Hall, regardless of whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, lost their composure. All that was left was excitement. They finally knew why the disciples of the Hauranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the other forces were so powerful. Chapter 204. I posted it a little late. For some reason, I couldn't access the author's account. With such a powerful cultivation method like the Creation Spirit Pool, how could the disciples it nurture not be powerful? Regardless of whether it was the masters of the human race or the Yao race, they were all determined to build the Creation Spirit Pool and fight for the most spots. Yi Tianzong looked at everyone's excited expressions and continued. The method to build the Creation Spirit Pool is something that I researched for many years. It's also a fundamental secret of the Hauranjin sect. I won't make it public. I plan to build 36 large-scale Creation Spirit Pools within the Demon Killing Alliance's territory. Each Creation Spirit Pool can support 3,000 people to cultivate at the same time. It opens once every 3 months. If any faction wants a spot for the Creation Spirit Pool, they'll have to provide the resources and materials needed to build the Creation Spirit Pool. They'll also have to share the resources used to cultivate. Whoever provided the most materials and resources would get more slots. Do any of you have any objections? Sensing Yi Tianzong's unquestionable tone and gaze, the masters of the human and Yao races in the Central Plains immediately knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the method to build the Creation Spirit Pool. If anyone didn't believe it and brought it up again, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the Alliance's main hall today. Yi Tianzong and the Hauranjin sect were both ruthless characters. They were ruthless to the demons, but they were equally ruthless to those who disobeyed them. Although it seemed impossible for them to obtain the method to build the Creation Spirit Pool, they could still give their opinions on other aspects. The Sacred Lord of the Feather Sacred Land stood up and said respectfully to Yi Tianzong, Alliance Master, we don't dare to ask for the method to build the Creation Spirit Pool, but can we build more of them? After all, you've said that this is to nurture the experts of the Central Plains so that they can deal with the demon envoys. I believe that with the accumulation of the various factions in the Central Plains, we can build more Creation Spirit Pools. After the Sacred Lord of the Feather Sacred Land finished speaking, many factions immediately agreed. They all had the same idea. If they could build more Creation Spirit Pools, they would be able to obtain more spots. Yi Tianzong said non-committally, I also want to build more Creation Spirit Pools, but the conditions do not allow it. There is a very important material needed to build the Creation Spirit Pool, and that is the Creation Spirit Marrow. I found this material by chance, and there is not much of it in stock. It is only enough to build 36 Creation Spirit Pools. If any of your forces have such materials, it's not impossible to build more. In a moment, I will send you the list of materials and resources needed to build the Creation Spirit Pool. After you go back, carefully compare the resources in your collections to see if there are any corresponding materials. The quota for the Creation Spirit Pool was based on the quantity and importance of the materials provided. I will help you build 50 spirit pools at most. You can come back in a month. After receiving the list of materials and resources, the leaders of the various forces all hurriedly returned to their respective forces and carefully checked their own treasuries one by one. A month later, the major forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains returned to Heaven's Pride City. It had to be said that there were some lucky forces in this world. This was because the reorganized Demon Killing Alliance had absorbed all the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains. Therefore, these forces were also qualified to compete for the quota for the creation's spirit pool. Most sacred grounds and superforces did not have the creation's spirit marrow. They only had a small amount of it in stock. At most, it was enough to build 5 creation spirit pools. However, there were 2 small forces. One was the first-rate force, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the other was the third-rate force, the Luo-Yi sect. No one knew where these 2 forces got their hands on the fortune spirit marrow, but they had enough to build 20 fortune spirit pools. However, the palace lord of the 100 Flower Palace and the sect lord of the Luo-Yi sect were smart people. They knew that this amount of creation spirit marrow was definitely a death sentence for them. They simply did not have the strength to protect this creation spirit marrow. Fortunately, only a few people had seen it. After the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo-Yi sect ordered their people to keep their mouths shut, the insiders of the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo-Yi sect were on tenterhooks every day as they waited for the 1-month deadline to come. When the 1-month deadline was up, Princess 100 Flower and the Luo-Yi sect's members forced themselves to remain calm as they arrived at Heaven's Pride City. When they saw that the majority of the lofty superpowers and sacred grounds did not have the creation's spirit marrow, the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo-Yi sect's members felt their hearts palpitate. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord and sect master Luo-Yi immediately felt as if they were holding a death sentence. They were so nervous that they could barely breathe. What should they do? This was a crucial material for the construction of the creation's spirit pool. Even the various superpowers and sacred grounds did not have such an important item. Even if they did, they would only have a small portion of it. Yet, their own forces had so much creation's spirit marrow. Wasn't this just suicide? How could they save their lives? The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord and sect master Luo-Yi racked their brains for a solution. Keeping the creation spirit marrow a secret would be the stupidest thing to do. Sooner or later, it would be revealed. At that time, they would be dead for sure. If they handed it all over now, they might have a chance at survival. However, even if they handed it over, they would need to find a powerful backer. Otherwise, they would still die. The various major powers on the central plains had plenty of treasures. Even without including the weaker powers, just the materials and resources provided by the various superpowers and holy lands were enough to construct 200 fortune spirit pools. However, this was only 1/10 of what the various major powers had in their vaults. Inside the Demon-Killing Alliance's main hall, only the various superpowers and sacred grounds had the right to sit. Those below the level of superpowers did not have the right to sit in the main hall. Under the gazes of the various superpowers and sacred grounds experts, the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord nervously entered the main hall. She then mustered her courage and said to Yi Tianzong, who sat at the head of the hall, "I come from the 100 Flower Palace. My palace has the creation spirit marrow." Before she could finish speaking, the various superpowers and sacred grounds members in the main hall glared at the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord. Their eyes contained undisguised pressure, threat, and killing intent. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord's delicate body immediately trembled as she sensed the powerful gazes and killing intent from all sides. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord's face immediately turned pale. The quintessential essence in her body became chaotic, and her mind seemed to be under unbearable pressure. Under the boundless pressure, the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord, who only had Wu Zun's cultivation, discovered in despair that she could not even speak. Continue speaking. Just as the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord despaired, Yi Tianzong's voice rang out, instantly breaking the boundless pressure from the various superpowers and sacred grounds experts. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord, who felt as if she had just escaped death, did not dare to hesitate. Ignoring her somewhat wretched appearance and the chaotic, quintessential essence in her body, she hurriedly said, I'm willing to offer all of the creation's spirit marrow unconditionally to the Alliance Master. I plead for the Alliance Master to protect my 100-flower palace from being massacred." Yi Tianzong raised his brows and looked at the 100-flower palace's palace lord. He immediately understood her intentions. He said to her calmly, "How much creation spirit marrow does your 100-flower palace have?" "The 100-flower palace's palace," Lord replied uneasily. "It weighs about 500 kilograms." As soon as she finished speaking, she could sense the deep greed and killing intent in the eyes of the experts from the various superpowers and sacred grounds. This made her, who had just calmed down a little, even more terrified. "Humph. Don't you think it's too degrading to look at Wu Zun, who's from a first-rate force with killing intent?" Yi Tianzong could not stand by and watch any longer. He snorted coldly, and his voice rang out like thunder in the hearts of the experts from the various major forces, berating them. Then he looked at the 100-flower palace's palace lord, who was standing unsteadily, and said, "Ha! You're a sensible person. If you want to receive my protection, your creation spirit marrow is not enough. I still need to investigate whether your 100-flower palace has committed any heinous crimes. If you haven't, then your 100-flower palace will become a subsidiary force of the Hao Ranjin sect. Naturally, you will receive the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect. I'll give your 100-flower palace 5 spots. If I discover that your 100-flower palace has acted improperly, arrogantly, and despotically, I won't care about you no matter how much creation spirit marrow you offer. You can stand aside and wait." Then, as the 100-flower palace's palace lord looked relieved, Yi Tianzong sent a voice transmission to the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect to investigate the 100-flower palace. Yi Tianzong did not care about the expressions and feelings of the other people in the main hall. He instructed the forces who wanted to participate in the construction of the creation spirit pool to continue to come to the Alliance's main hall. Unsurprisingly, the sect master of the Luo Yi sect also used the same method as the 100-flower palace's palace lord. He offered more than 1,500 kilograms of creation spirit marrow to Yi Tianzong in exchange for Yi Tianzong's protection. Chapter 205. Please add it to your collection and subscribe. Please support me. Sect Master Luo Yi experienced the same thing as the sect master of the 100-flower palace. Because sect master Luo Yi was only at the Marquis Wu realm, he almost collapsed under the pressure and killing intent from the thousands of Wu Sheng realm experts in the Alliance's main hall. Yi Tianzong also accepted the spiritual essence of good fortune and sent people to gather information about the Luo Yi sect. For the Tiangang Pavilion, which had branches all over the Central Plains, it was very easy to gather information about the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect. It didn't take long for Yi Tianzong to obtain information about the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect. These two sects were quite good. They didn't bully or act arrogantly and domineeringly against weaker sects or ordinary people just because they were powerful. While the sect master of the 100-flower palace and sect master Luo Yi were nervous, Yi Tianzong announced in front of many major sects that he would protect these two sections. He also asked them to move their sects to the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect with the excuse that they were too far away. The sect master of the 100-flower palace and sect master Luo Yi naturally agreed with great joy. The Hao Ranjin sect didn't care about their little things. If they moved to the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect, their safety would be guaranteed. In the Central Plains, other than the demon race, no other sect dared to kill the Hao Ranjin sect's subordinate sects in the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect. This wasn't just because the Hao Ranjin sect was powerful. It was also because the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands had formed an alliance. Provoking the Hao Ranjin sect was equivalent to provoking the Hao Ranjin sect's camp. Who would dare to do such a thing? Under the threat of Yi Tianzong, the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect offered more than 2,300 kilograms of spiritual essence of good fortune, each obtaining 5 spots each year. With the materials and resources provided by the major forces in the Central Plains, they finally decided to build 50 large-scale creation spirit pools, which would be distributed all over the Central Plains. As for the 50 creation spiritual ponds, according to the comparison of strength and the amount of materials and resources provided, 28 of the human clan and 22 of the demon clan would be built. These creation spiritual ponds were all controlled by the Evil Slaying Alliance to avoid any trouble, and they were evenly distributed throughout the Central Plains. How Ranjan sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands were naturally allocated some spots. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Yi Tianzong had built 50 creation spirit pools in the Central Plains. After Yi Tianzong finished setting up the creation spirit pool, he also used the materials provided by the major forces in the Central Plains to set up a 1,000-elephant formation in Tianjiao City to test one's combat level. It was similar to the 1,000-elephant formation in Hao Ranzhen sect, but the highest level it could test was the king level, because of the powerful effect of the creation spirit pool, according to the division of the 1,000-elephant formation. In the past 10 years, there had been an endless stream of elites and outstanding disciples in the Central Plains, but no king level had appeared. The genius disciples of the human clan, the demon clan, and the other major forces, as well as those first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces, had either cultivated special constitutions or their bloodlines had become stronger after a period of cultivation with the help of the creation spirit pool. All the participants' strength had increased greatly. The strength and aptitude of these outstanding juniors and disciples had increased greatly, and the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains had also increased steadily. They had more confidence in the demon clan. However, what puzzled all the forces in the Central Plains was that the demon clan had not made any moves despite the obvious changes in the Central Plains. They were still well-behaved in the celestial Devil Mountain Range. It was really hard to guess what they were doing. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong had secretly investigated the demon clan in the celestial Devil Mountain Range again, and found that the demon clan was developing their strength honestly. For this reason, he even disguised himself as a member of the demon clan and specially captured a saint expert of the demon clan. He forcibly searched his soul, but he did not get any useful information. He only knew that this was the order of the demon envoy, who told the demon clan not to act rashly and to peacefully accumulate their strength. Yi Tianzong did not get any useful information. Even though he guessed that the demon clan might be planning some big conspiracy, he did not take the risk of going to the demon clan's underground base to inquire. Instead, he returned to the Hao Ranjin sect and continued to guide the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect in cultivation, and to develop the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect. Through the soul search of the demon clan's experts, Yi Tianzong learned that the Abyss demon clan's underground base was thousands of miles deep. Not only was the underground space tens of millions of miles vast, but there were also countless passages leading in all directions. If one was not a top expert of the Abyss demon clan's 4 great royal clans, they would not know where the demon envoy was. Not to mention that the existence of at least a great emperor was suppressed in the depths of the underground. Although its strength was less than 100%, it was not something that Yi Tianzong could probe. If he rashly entered the depths of the underground, there was no telling what kind of situation he would encounter. Although Yi Tianzong had the Immortal Mansion as an escape route if he was ambushed and did not have time to enter the Immortal Mansion, the consequences could be imagined. It was better to quietly develop his own forces on the surface. He would deal with whatever came his way. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong also spent countless natural treasures and materials to build the second Good Fortune Spirit Pool for the Hao Ranjin sect, as well as the Good Fortune Profound Pool. Building a Good Fortune Profound Pool consumed 10 times more natural treasures and various other resources than building a Good Fortune Spirit Pool. Furthermore, the Creation Profound Pool could only accommodate up to 50 people at the same time. It was only open once a year, and every time it was opened, it would consume a lot of natural treasures. This caused the hearts of entire righteous factions, upper echelons, to throb as they felt their hearts ache. After spending countless resources and natural treasures, they finally saw the results. After using the good fortune profound pool, the most outstanding disciples of the Haurangian sect, who had already reached the peak of the prodigy level, were finally reborn again. Their potential and physique levels had broken through again, and their combat strength had increased by several times. They had completely stepped into the threshold of the king level. The 1,000 elephant array was divided into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, prodigy, king, and supreme. The gap between each level became more and more obvious. For example, a martial artist at the peak of the elite level could deal with at least 5 to 6 martial artists at the peak of the ordinary level at the same time. A martial artist at the peak of the king level could deal with at least 15 martial artists at the peak of the prodigy level. For someone like Yi Tianzong, who had walked a certain distance in the supreme level, it would be easy for him to beat up dozens of martial artists at the peak of the king level. According to Yi Tianzong's understanding, unless it was someone who was born with a profound grade special physique, or someone who was extremely talented, stepping into the king level was the limit for most of Hauran's disciples. Ordinary, elite, prodigy, king level, and supreme level. There was also a gap between each level. Yi Tianzong found it troublesome, so he did not make a detailed division. Even Yi Hauran, Yi Tianzong, and the others who had cultivated the heavens expanse mysterious scripture that Yi Tianzong had created by gathering the wisdom of countless prodigies from many worlds, and the essence of various cultivation methods in ancient books, as well as countless elixirs from Yi Tianzong, the support of various cultivation environments, and the occasional guidance from Yi Tianzong, had they not only reached the peak of the king level, but also could not break through the threshold of the supreme level. Among the 5 levels that Yi Tianzong had divided through the 1,000 elephant formation, only those who had completely stepped into the supreme level could be considered to have broken free from the ranks of ordinary people in the myriad worlds. If one were to compare Ling Xinyue, the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong, and Xinyu, then it would be that Ling Xinyue's combat strength had just entered the first stage of the supreme level. The demon envoy was at the second stage of the supreme level, and Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu had just entered the third stage of the supreme level. This was the general conclusion that Yi Tianzong came to after a series of comparisons. After all, there were countless prodigies in the myriad worlds. Among those powerful forces, those who were born with extraordinary talent had enjoyed far more resources than one could imagine. No one knew how powerful they were. Yi Tianzong could only make some rough divisions based on his own experience. Perhaps there were even stronger levels above the supreme level, with the creation mysterious pool, which was even more powerful than the creation spiritual pool. The disciples of the Haurangian sect were still firmly suppressing the other prodigies in the central plains. With the help of the creation's spiritual pool, the outstanding prodigies of the central plains emerged one after another. The more outstanding a disciple was, the more conceited and arrogant they were, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. As a result, in addition to the prodigy competition that was held every 5 years, all over the central plains, once those outstanding disciples made any breakthroughs, they would not be able to bear the loneliness and would issue challenges everywhere. Today, the disciples of the various forces would challenge each other. Tomorrow, if I broke through and challenged you, I would immediately be beaten to a pulp. In particular, the disciples of the Hauran sect, who had always been suppressing the disciples of the various forces in the central plains, would inevitably be challenged by all sides. After being molded by the creation's spiritual pool, their combat strength had greatly increased, and the disciples of the other forces were bursting with confidence. They could not wait to fight the disciples of the Hauran sect to prove that they were not weaker than anyone else. However, reality proved that the great master was still the great master. All the disciples of the various forces who came to challenge the Haurangian sect returned in defeat. None of them won. The disciples of the Haurangian sect were still suppressing the disciples of the various forces. Chapter 206. There was a power outage for 3 hours in the afternoon, and the power was only restored 10 minutes ago. Sorry for the delay, everyone. They had clearly been reborn, but in the end, they still couldn't defeat the disciples of Haurangian sect. This result undoubtedly made the self-proclaimed heavenly sons of the various forces in the Central Plains feel very stifled and depressed. In fact, it wasn't just the disciples of Haurangian sect. Even the disciples of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands lost more than they won. In fact, when they competed with the top disciples, they also returned empty-handed. In the Central Plains Heavenly Sons of Heaven competition that was held once every 5 years, Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands still occupied the top 13 places in the competition. This made the various forces in the Central Plains, who originally thought that they could rise to prominence, extremely depressed. After all, there was still no change in the rankings, although they were very depressed. In any case, the strength of the various forces in the Central Plains was steadily increasing. There were more and more elites and heavenly sons of heaven experts. Just like this, another 10 years passed, ever since Yi Tianzong publicly announced his presence in the Central Plains. 20 years had passed since the construction of the Creation Spirit Pool. 20 years had passed because there was no battle with the Devil Clan. The Central Plains had been developing steadily under the catalysis of the Creation Spirit Pool. The accumulation of hundreds of years in the past had resulted in an explosion of countless elites and heavenly sons of heaven experts. The overall strength of the various forces in the Central Plains had increased by at least 50%. As a heavenly son of heaven favored by heaven and earth, Haurangian sect's strength had increased even more. After 20 years of quiet development, the number of disciples had reached about 15 million. The overall strength of the sect had increased by at least 70%. Wu Sheng's level 9 experts had reached more than 700. Most of them had been molded by the Creation Spirit Pool and the Creation Mysterious Pool. Don't think that it was easy to cultivate to Wu Sheng's 9th heaven. Wu Sheng's full name was Celestial Wu Sheng. From Wu Zun to Wu Sheng, it was a process of transcendence. This step stopped 99% of the warriors in the entire Central Plains. There are many martial saint experts in those super forces and sacred grounds. A large portion of them had been accumulated since the ancient times. Those who could truly ascend from below the martial saint realm to the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm within a few hundred years were all outstanding talents. The Haurangian sect was able to have so many 9th heaven experts of Wu Sheng's 9th heaven, not only because of their extraordinary talents, but also because of many other reasons. This was something that could not be replicated. But no matter what, the current Haurangian sect had reached the level of a super overlord in the Central Plains, whether it was the number of top experts or the strength of the middle and lower ranks. On the other hand, in the past 20 years, the Haurangian sect and the mermaid race in the Boundless Sea had carried out deeper cooperation. The Haurangian sect had built 10 large cities on the coast near the mermaid race to facilitate trade and cooperation between the two sides. Benefiting from the cooperation with the Haurangian sect, and after obtaining countless pills, weapons, and other resources from the Haurangian sect, the strength of the mermaid race had improved very rapidly. The number of experts in the race was constantly increasing. Originally, the mermaid race needed to work with the sea lion race to resist the pressure from the Deinosuchus race. However, after the great improvement in strength, the mermaid race was not too far away from the most powerful Deinosuchus race. The only thing they lacked was the number of top experts in the race. As long as the mermaid race was given another 30 years, it was believed that they would be able to contend with the Deinosuchus race as an equal. Just when everything was developing in a good direction, the devil race, which had been lying low in the celestial Devil Mountain Range, finally made a move. Around the celestial Devil Mountain Range, there were 108 subleagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. Each sub-league was permanently garrisoned by the third-rate forces in the Central Plains. None of the warriors with status in the Devil-Killing Alliance was lower than the Wu-Ling realm. Those whose martial arts realm was lower than the Wu-Ling realm were not qualified to fight with the Devil Race. Although the Devil Race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range had not made any moves in the past 20 years since the Devil-Killing Alliance was re-established, the major forces of the human race and the monster race, who already knew part of the Devil Race's strength, did not lower their guard. They had always stationed powerful forces in the various sub-leagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. As soon as the Devil Race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range moved out, they launched a fierce attack on the 108 sub-leagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. The countless Devil Race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range were divided into 109 groups. The largest group of Devil Race rushed to the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance, which was 100,000 miles away from the Sky Demon Temple. The remaining 108 groups attacked the various sub-leagues, respectively. The Devil-Killing Alliance, which had been monitoring the Devil Race's movements, immediately activated all the defensive formations and defensive measures. Then, the news of the Devil Race's attack spread throughout the Central Plains. When the major forces of the Central Plains received the news, they immediately sent out masters at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng to support the Devil-Killing Alliance. Warriors below the level of Wu Zun realm were also quickly gathered. Then, they sent their forces to the main league and sub-leagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance on a large scale through the teleportation formations. During the more than 20 years of stable development, the forces of the Central Plains did not just quietly develop their strength. The Hao Ran Zhen sect directly sold the short-distance, medium-distance, and long-distance teleportation formations to all the superforces and holy lands of the human race and the monster race in the Central Plains. The Hao Ran Zhen sect firmly grasped some of the core materials needed to set up the teleportation formations and sold the core materials to all the major forces. In this way, not only did the Hao Ran Zhen sect obtain unimaginable wealth and resources, but the number and density of the teleportation formations in the Central Plains also greatly increased. Every superforce and Holy Land had set up a teleportation formation that led to the main league and sub-leagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. This was so that they could support the Devil-Killing Alliance as quickly as possible and resist the Devil Race when they fought against them. During the more than 20 years of peace, the Devil Race's strength had also increased. The Devil Race's high-level battle force that had been killed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had also recovered a lot in the past 20 years. Therefore, the Devil Race's attack was very powerful and fierce. If the Devil-Killing Alliance's sub-leagues and the main league had not been vigilant and had not activated all their defensive measures, and if the major forces had not supported them in time, they would not have been able to resist the Devil Race's powerful attack. This time, the Devil Race's all-out attack had a total of 56 Devil Envoys participating in the battle. 10 Devil Envoys had attacked the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance. Moreover, among the Devil Race's forces, there was a considerable number of Devil Race members who had tyrannical auras and surging devil chi. They were much more powerful than ordinary Devil Race members. 10 Devil Envoys had attacked the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance. If the major forces of the Central Plains had not spent a lot of effort in these past few years to set up 10 layers of defensive formations around the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance, the Devil-Killing Alliance would have been broken through by the Devil Race before the major forces could support them. Chapter 207. I'm a little stuck today, so I've written this much. Tomorrow, I'll try to write 3 chapters. Please support me. When Yi Tianzong received the news of the Demon Race's attack, he immediately set off for the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. As for the follow-up support, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ran Jin sect would take care of it. Yi Tianzong didn't need to worry about it. When they arrived at the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters through the Super Teleportation Formation, 7 of the 10 layers of the defensive formation, which the major forces had spent a lot of effort to set up, had already been destroyed by the 10 demon envoys and countless demon saints. Only the 3 layers of formations set up by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the Hao Ranjin sect were left. After more than 20 years, the demon race's attacking methods had also become stronger. Yi Tianzong looked over and saw that the demon race attacking the defensive formation had been divided into 10 teams. Each demon envoys led numerous demon saints and formed an attacking formation. With the combined power of the demon envoys and countless demon race, every attack was earth-shattering and unstoppable. It was no wonder that the 7 layers of the defensive formation had been destroyed in such a short time. After Yi Tianzong arrived at the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters, he didn't immediately appear in front of the demon race. More than 20 years ago, Yi Tianzong, Xianyu, and Xinyu had wreaked havoc in the demonic mountain range. Yi Tianzong did not believe that the demon clan would not be on guard against him, since they knew that he might have a trump card that could restrain them, but they still dared to attack the Demon-Killing Alliance headquarters. They must have something to rely on. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu hid their auras and figures, and just watched the 2 layers of formations. The last layer of the defensive formation was also on the verge of collapse under the continuous attacks of the demon race. During this time, the demon race's experts from the major forces of the Central Plains, such as Wu Shang and Wu Zun, also quickly arrived. The experts from Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and Wu Shang from the 10 Holy Lands also arrived one after another. After the powerhouses of the various large influences arrived, they saw the 10 demon envoys outside the array formation leading their forces. Adding on the fact that Yi Tianzong was nowhere to be seen, their hearts couldn't help but sink to the bottom. More and more powerful warriors were still arriving. Wu Shang's 7th layer, 8th layer, and 9th layer of the Wu Shang sect had already reached more than 100,000 people. Under the anxious and heavy gazes of all the powerhouses, the demon race finally broke through the last layer of the defensive formation. The head-on battle was a foregone conclusion. Now, Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then he flew to the front of the demons while maintaining his concealed state. He directly took out a divine purification talisman and crushed it. The 10 demon envoys and the demon race's experts, who had broken through all the defensive formations of the Demon-Killing Alliance, didn't even have time to rejoice before they saw the divine purification light, which had once made them feel fear and despair. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. After the divine purification talisman was crushed, the divine purification ring instantly spread to an area of 10,000 miles. Within 10,000 miles, all the demon race's experts were instantly annihilated by the divine purification light. Only 10 drops of demon blood were left. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the Demon-Killing Alliance. They originally thought that since Yi Tianzong wasn't here, they would have to fight the demon race's experts and demon envoys head-on. They didn't expect that all the demon envoys and demon race's experts would disappear in an instant. After waving his hand and collecting the 10 drops of demon blood, Yi Tianzong's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Tianzong casually waved his hand and sent out dozens of sword qi that could destroy everything, instantly killing some of the Demon-Killing Alliance's experts. These people were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed the Hao Ranjin sect before Yi Tianzong appeared. They had called Yi Tianzong a coward and a coward. Yi Tianzong naturally wouldn't tolerate these people. He didn't care about what other people thought and directly killed them with thunderous means. These people didn't expect that Yi Tianzong would ignore the situation and directly attack them without saying a word. They couldn't resist Yi Tianzong's sword qi attack and were all killed by Yi Tianzong. Reckless idiots! How dare you talk nonsense about me? You can deal with the rest of the demon race. I'm going to the other sub-leagues. Those demon envoys are not people you can deal with. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he directly went to the other sub-leagues with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu through the teleportation formation. The experts of the Demon-Killing Alliance's main league all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Tianzong and the other two disappear through the teleportation formation. Among these experts who had rushed over from the various factions, there were many who had been molded by the creation spirit pool. They had been reborn, and their strength had greatly increased. These people were many times stronger than ordinary warriors and were undoubtedly proud. The dozens of Wusheng's 7th or 8th heavenly layer cultivators who had been casually killed by Yi Tianzong were all people whose strength had greatly increased after going through the creation's spirit pool. When they became stronger, they naturally became more arrogant and unbridled. As a result, they had spoken without thinking and ridiculed Yi Tianzong. In the end, they had been casually killed by Yi Tianzong. At the same time, they had fiercely intimidated the others. Don't think that with the help of the creation spirit pool, you can be arrogant and ignorant just because your strength has greatly increased. How dare you talk nonsense about Yi Tianzong? Regardless of what the people of the Demon-Killing Alliance's main league were thinking, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already arrived at the nearest sub-league through the teleportation formation. At this moment, this sub-league was also under attack by the demon race. A demon envoys led 100,000 saint-level demon race experts to form an attack formation that could gather power. They were fiercely attacking the sub-league's last layer of defense formation. After Yi Tianzong and the other two arrived, they also adopted the plan of concealing their auras and figures. After the demon envoys led the demon race experts to break through the sub-league's defense formation, they disbanded the attack formation and fought with the people of the Demon-Killing Alliance. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu directly launched a sneak attack on the demon envoys who were fighting with the experts of the Demon-Killing Alliance. How could a demon envoys withstand the joint attack of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu? In just a few moves, they were killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two. After casually killing a few saint-level demon race experts, Yi Tianzong said to the people of the Demon-Killing Alliance's sub-league, "The demon envoys are dead. You guys deal with the rest of the demon race. I still have to go to the other sub-leagues." Yi Tianzong and the other two continued to move towards the other sub-leagues. This time, they split up and each of them went to a sub-league. Ling Xinyue had spent most of her time in the Immortal Mansion in the past 20 years. She had tempered herself in all kinds of extreme environments. Now, she was firmly standing at the first stage of the Supreme Realm. Even if she was not a match for a demon envoys, she could still have a good fight with them. With the purification talisman and other means that Yi Tianzong had given her, at least her life would not be in danger. Yi Tianzong and the other two went to the sub-leagues of the Demon-Killing Alliance to deal with the demon envoys of the demon race. Although the strength of the Central Plains had increased a lot in the past 20 years, and there were many elite and Heaven's Pride level experts, for the demon envoys, no one could stop them unless they were besieged by hundreds of Heaven's Pride level experts. This time, the demon race had launched an all-out war with the Demon-Killing Alliance. Although Yi Tianzong did not know the situation of the war, from the lineup of the demon race's attack on the main league and sub-leagues, besides the demon envoys, there were also many powerful experts of the demon race. After more than 20 years of secret development, no one knew how much power the demon race had accumulated. Even if they had the support of the major forces of the Central Plains, they might not be a match for the demon race. This war was destined to be a very difficult one from the beginning. Chapter 208. Through the teleportation formation, Yi Tianzong once again arrived at the encampment of another sub-alliance. He scanned the surrounding area with his soul and found that this sub-alliance had not been attacked by the demon envoys. Currently, the people of this sub-alliance, as well as the reinforcements from other major powers, were fighting the demon race head-on. Yi Tianzong activated his soul power and instantly attacked several hundred demon race saint-level experts. Those demon race experts who had been attacked by Yi Tianzong's soul power were originally fighting fiercely with the people of the Demon-Killing Alliance. Suddenly, their vision turned black, and then an indescribable pain filled their minds. They could no longer focus on fighting the demon-killing alliance experts. Seeing this, the people of the demon-killing alliance naturally would not let go of such a favorable opportunity. They all used their most powerful attacks to rain down on those demon race experts. It did not take long for them to eliminate several hundred demon race saint-level experts. After activating his soul power to attack several hundred demon race experts again, Yi Tianzong did not stop. He directly rushed to the next sub-alliance through the teleportation formation. Similar to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu rushed to the other sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance. When they did not encounter the demon envoys attacking the other sub-alliances, they conveniently helped those people. However, the two of them did not have powerful soul power like Yi Tianzong. Instead, they directly wielded their divine swords and sent out countless powerful sword qi to injure many demon race experts. Then, without looking back, they rushed to the next sub-alliance. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu went around putting out fires. They went to one sub-alliance of the demon-killing alliance after another. The experts of the major powers of the Central Plains also gradually rushed to the various sub-alliances and the main alliance of the demon-killing alliance. Benefiting from the rapid growth of the major powers of the Central Plains in recent years, although the demon-killing alliance was at a disadvantage in the battle against the demon race, they were still able to barely resist the demon race's attacks. After hiding his figure and aura to sneak attack and kill another demon envoy, Yi Tianzong wielded the boundless godly sword and sent out waves of Haran annihilation sword qi that could destroy all things. He directly killed a large number of demon race saint-level experts. Then he took the teleportation formation to the next sub-alliance. In fact, what Yi Tianzong did not know was that what he did was a lucky hit. He did not allow the demon race's plan to deal with him to be of any use. In fact, the reason why the demon race divided into 109 forces at the same time and attacked the main alliance and sub-alliance of the demon-killing alliance was to prevent Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu from attacking the main alliance. Not only that, the demons also used the blood and resentment of the countless living beings they had slaughtered to create hundreds of nefarious blood crystals. Each of the nefarious blood crystals contained an immense amount of fiendish power. Not even a first firmament god myth expert would want to face them. As long as Yi Tianzong appeared, those demon envoys would not hesitate to detonate the demon envoys. However, demon envoys did not expect that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu would use the tactic of hiding their figures and auras to sneak attack. In demon envoys' original plan, as long as Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu appeared, they would immediately detonate the demon envoys' blood crystals. Then, they would gather all their forces to attack the demon-killing alliance. Even if they did not have time to detonate the demon envoys' blood crystals, they would try to use up all of Yi Tianzong's trump cards to deal with demon envoys. If Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu did not appear, then they would completely destroy the attacking sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance. However, demon envoys did not expect that all the sub-alliances and the main alliance of the demon-killing alliance had at least 5 layers of defensive formations set up by the major forces of the Central Plains. The main alliance even had 10 layers of defensive formations. It was not worth it to detonate the evil blood crystals that they had worked so hard to refine for the sake of these defensive formations. They could only slowly break through these formations. This would give the major forces of the Central Plains a chance to send reinforcements. It would also give Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu more time. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had concealed their figures and auras. They did not fight them head-on, but instead used sneak attacks. Thus, Demon Envoy's plan was ruined. If they could not see them, no matter how prepared they were, it would be useless. As for the Traceless Void, the secret technique to conceal one's aura and figure, it was created by Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu in the Immortal Mansion. They combined the secret techniques of the Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture and some of Shin Yu's fragmented memories. They spent 2 years to create it. After using the traceless void secret technique, one's entire body would become one with the surrounding space, and there would be no aura or traces left behind. If a ninth heaven wusheng expert used the traceless void secret technique, even a myth realm expert would have a hard time discovering them. Thus, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were able to succeed every time they used the traceless void secret technique to sneak attack the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong had long since guessed that the demon envoys had some tricks up their sleeves. After he concealed his aura and caught a ninth heaven Wu Sheng expert from the Azura clan, he forcefully searched his soul and finally found out about the existence of the nefarious blood crystal. After finding out about the nefarious blood crystal, Yi Tianzong became somewhat anxious. He was afraid that Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu would be in danger. He slapped his head in annoyance. If he had known this would happen, he would not have separated. If he had received this information before they separated, he would not have been in such a passive situation. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had given each of them 10 divine purification talismans, which should be enough to ensure their safety. Feeling somewhat anxious, Yi Tianzong increased the speed at which he went to the various sub-guilds. Every time he arrived at a sub-guild of the Demon Killing Alliance, Yi Tianzong would conceal his aura and body and use his soul to scan the surroundings. Then he would find the strongest demon envoys and directly kill them. Through the soul search, Yi Tianzong found out that the demon envoys had brought a total of 109 nefarious blood crystals. They were in the hands of the strongest demon envoys who were attacking the Demon Killing Alliance. Every time Yi Tianzong arrived at a sub-guild of the Demon Killing Alliance, he would immediately kill the strongest demon envoys. He did not have the time to care about the rest of the demon envoys. He constantly rushed between the sub-guilds of the Demon Killing Alliance. After a day, Yi Tianzong finally met up with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu. Seeing the two pale and tired people, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. Hugging the two of them in his arms, Yi Tianzong said, "It's good that you're fine." Yi Tianzong asked the two of them about their experiences. The thing that he was worried about finally happened. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu both encountered 6 demon envoys. During the battle with the demon envoys, Ling Xinyue's strength was slightly lower than the demon envoys. Although she had the advantage of sneak attacks, she still gave the demon envoys the opportunity to detonate the nefarious blood crystals. Fortunately, Ling Xinyue was also very alert. She crushed the divine purification talisman almost at the same time as the demon envoys. In this way, the divine purification talisman and the nefarious blood crystals canceled each other out. The remaining power of the divine purification talisman heavily injured the demon envoys again. At the same time, it also killed a few demon envoys. After this experience, Ling Xinyue became more vigilant. When she encountered the demon envoy again, she didn't try to show off her ability and fight the demon envoy. Instead, she directly crushed the divine purification talisman and killed a large number of demon race experts. The 6 demon envoys that Shen Yu encountered relied on the traceless void to heavily injure them. She did not give them any time to react and directly attacked them. Before they could detonate the nefarious blood crystals, they were killed by Shen Yu. However, she still crushed 3 divine purification talismans and helped 3 sub-guilds that had been heavily injured. Chapter 209. Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu about the evil blood crystal. Then he said, "I've already killed 13 demon envoys. In addition to the demon envoys that you and the main alliance killed, there are now 35 of them. There are still 36 sub-alliances that I haven't gone to. I don't know what the situation is like. This time, we'll split into 2 groups. Xinyue, you'll be safer with Shen Yu. I'll go alone, so I'll take as many as I can. Hopefully, the people from the various large factions will be able to stall for time until we arrive." Be careful, I'll go first. After warning them, Yi Tianzong separated from the two of them again and hurriedly rushed towards the other demon-killing alliance sub-alliances. After Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu saw Yi Tianzong disappear, they did not hesitate and also quickly rushed towards the other demon-killing alliance sub-alliances. Yi Tianzong and the other two spent a day going to more than 70 demon-killing alliance sub-alliances without stopping. Fortunately, because of the creation spirit pool, the various large factions in the Central Plains had countless elites and geniuses. With these experts who had been reborn in the creation spirit pool, the demon envoys were firmly held back. Although the casualties were disastrous, it gave Yi Tianzong and the other two time an opportunity to provide support. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were together. After giving them another 10 divine purification talismans, Yi Tianzong let go of the worries in his heart and went to provide support to the various sub-alliances. Yi Tianzong already knew how many devil envoys the main league and all the sub-leagues of the demon-killing alliance had sent out from the main league and the sub-leagues. There were a total of 56 devil envoys in total. The 56 demon envoys had split up and led the demon race to attack the demon-killing alliance. This was what Yi Tianzong was most worried about. Since it had already happened, the only thing Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu could do was do their best to provide support to all the sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance. Fortunately, because of Yi Tianzong's careful planning, they were able to eliminate most of the danger because of the attack on the demon-killing alliance headquarters, which was the most powerful force of the demon clan. This allowed the main alliance to send at least half of their forces to support the various sub-alliances. As for the demon-killing alliance sub-alliances that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had already passed through, because of the three's intervention, the pressure was reduced by a lot and the situation stabilized. After killing another demon envoys with a sneak attack, Yi Tianzong looked at the heavy casualties of the sub-alliances and helplessly sighed in his heart. Because he couldn't split himself up, even though he was quickly providing support, this was a relatively important sub-alliance. Because the demon envoys had led the demon race to attack for a long time, the experts of the sub-alliances were frantically using their power to maintain the Howran Big Dipper formation set up by the Howranjan sect. The demon envoys had gone crazy and detonated the evil blood crystal. By the time Yi Tianzong arrived, more than half of the sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance had already been destroyed. Although there was the protection of the formation, 60 to 70% of the martial artists that came to support the sub-alliances were either dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river. Fortunately, the evil blood crystal was not like Yi Tianzong's purification talisman. Once it was detonated, it would not differentiate between friend and foe. After detonating the evil blood crystal, the demon race also suffered great losses. Yi Tianzong wielded the boundless divine sword and unleashed tens of thousands of sharp sword qis, each of which was hundreds of meters long. The sword qis formed a huge sword net that directly wiped out over 1,000 demon saints within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then he turned around and stood in midair. The aura around his body increased dramatically, and the boundless magic power in his body roared and surged, disappearing rapidly. Then, an emerald green light that was full of vitality burst out from Yi Tianzong's body. In a short time, it filled the space within 1,000 miles. Then it turned into countless green raindrops and fell on all the demon-killing alliance members within 1,000 miles. Under the effect of these green raindrops, the demon-killing alliance members who were injured by the demon race's attack almost all recovered from their minor injuries. Those who were seriously injured also stopped their injuries from worsening. Those who were not injured also recovered some of their magic power or true yuan because of these green raindrops. The life force rain technique was a secret technique from the boundless divine scripture that was used to heal injuries and restore magic power in a large area. When Yi Tianzong used the life force rain technique, he would consume his own magic power and transform it into a rich life force energy to help others heal their injuries or restore their magic power. Depending on the area covered by the life force rain technique, the amount of magic power consumed would vary. To cover 1,000 miles at once, Yi Tianzong consumed at least 30% of his magic power. Yi Tianzong swallowed the elixir to recover his Dharma power and cast the life rain technique 3 times in a row in this subleague. Then, under the grateful gazes of the survivors of the subleague, he left for the next subleague of the demon-killing alliance without looking back. After spending a night, Yi Tianzong once again met up with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. After the 3 of them met up, they told each other about the situation. Yi Tianzong sighed and said, "We were still too late. The last 36 demon envoys were killed, but 19 of them were completely razed to the ground. The demon race that destroyed the demon race retreated to the demonic mountain range early on, and we didn't see any traces of the demon race. As for the remaining 17 demon envoys, apart from 3 that still have half of their strength left, the other 14 have all suffered disastrous losses. They only have less than 20% of their strength left. The demon race's all-out attack this time really caught us unprepared. Let's go back to the demon-killing alliance to understand the overall situation." Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu returned to the demon-killing alliance's demon-killing alliance through the teleportation formation. At this time in the demon-killing alliance's demon-killing alliance, the leaders of the major forces from the Central Plains were all gathered in the Alliance Hall. They all had heavy expressions as they discussed the losses of the demon-killing alliance after a day and night of fighting with the demon race. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 arrived at the Alliance Hall, they didn't greet the crowd and directly sat on the Alliance Master seat. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu stood on either side of Yi Tianzong. Looking at the crowd below, Yi Tianzong said, "Tell me about the losses of the alliance. I've been outside all this time, so I don't know the details." Sacred Master Xiaoyao stood up and said, "This time the demon clan is attacking our demon-killing alliance with 56 demon envoys. After a day and night of fighting, the devil clan finally retreated. However, this time, the devil clan had something that we didn't know about. Once it was detonated, it would produce a terrifying destructive power. As a result, our devil-slaying alliance's 19 subguilds were completely destroyed. Of the remaining 89 subguilds, 26 were left with less than 20% of their original strength, while the rest were left with at most 50% of their original strength. Because the Alliance Master eliminated the demon envoys and most of the demon race experts who came to attack at the first moment, the Alliance Master preserved the most strength. Fortunately, the Alliance Master was able to support the various sub-alliances. Otherwise, even more sub-alliances would have been destroyed." Chapter 210. Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "This time, the demon race launched an all-out attack. There were a total of 56 demon envoys. Even though New Moon, Xinyu, and I went as fast as we could to reinforce them, we only managed to kill 41 demon envoys. As for the terrifying thing that the demon race detonated, I once captured a high-level Azura demon clan member and searched his soul. I learned that the demon race detonated an evil blood crystal. The evil blood crystal is condensed from the blood and resentment of countless creatures slaughtered by the demon envoys over a long period of time. It's very powerful, but it can't distinguish between friend and foe. The devil race took advantage of the weakness of the 3 of us, which is why they were able to destroy so many subguilds." Yi Tianzong paused for a moment and continued, "In this battle with the demon envoys, our demon-killing alliance has lost a lot of strength. The next step is to replenish our strength as soon as possible. If there are too many subleagues, it's easy to disperse our strength. I suggest we reduce the number of subleagues. Also, it's too passive to stay in the periphery of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. In this way, we can only wait for the demon envoys to attack. I think we should take the initiative to attack. It doesn't matter if the demon envoys hide in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. Now, every sect has a flaming pearl. In fact, The flaming pearl is just a simplified version of the exploding flame pearl. 7 days later, all the forces will come to our Hao-Ran-Zhen sect to trade the method of making the exploding flame pearl. A single exploding flame pearl is enough to kill a warrior in the martial king realm. With the exploding flame pearl, when we attack the celestial devil mountain range, we will adopt the strategy of advancing step by step and compressing the living space of the devil clan. It will be much better than waiting for the devil clan to attack us. When they heard that Yi Tianzong agreed to trade the method of making the exploding flame pearl with the Hao-Ran-Jin sect, the eyes of all the experts present lit up. This was good news for them. They had all seen the power of the exploding flame pearl. Naturally, they knew that as long as they had the exploding flame pearl, they could definitely cause a lot of damage to the demon envoys when they attacked the celestial Devil Mountain Range. As for taking the initiative to attack the celestial Devil Mountain Range, none of the leaders present were fools. They knew that this was a strategy to get rid of the passive situation. Fighting in the demon envoys' territory would gradually reduce the demon envoys' living space and make the best use of their advantages. Otherwise, how many forces would be able to fight the demon envoys could passively wait for the demon envoys? After discussing in detail what was going to happen next, the third-rate forces in the Central Plains, regardless of whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, once again mobilized their forces to reinforce the demon-killing alliance. This was the demon envoys were the demon envoys of the demon envoys alliance. And the strength of this way, the envoys of the strength of the demon envoys. After the various major powers purchased the explosive flame pearls production method from righteous orthodoxy, they hurriedly began mass-producing the pearls. And envoys they were. And envoys, Yi had the flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys under the third heaven of Wushang. After consulting Yi Tianzong, the Hao-Ran-Zhen sects, people developed the flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. They needed to be at least at the sixth heaven of Wushang. It had been 10 years since the flame could envoys. Even with the resources and talents of the Hao-Ran-Jin sect, they could only make 10 flame could envoys a day. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, the Central Plains recruited disciples on a large scale. While replenishing the strength of the killing demon envoys, they also sped up the production of the flame could envoys. After a year of preparation, the killing demon envoy strength was finally replenished. It was even stronger than when there were 108 sub-alliances. After all the preparations were completed, the killing demon envoys and the main alliance launched an all-out attack on the celestial Devil Mountain Range. The demon-killing alliance adopted a step-by-step strategy. Along the way, they used fiery beads and explosive flame beads to pave the way. The vegetation and small mountains in the celestial Devil Mountain Range were all razed to the ground to ensure that there was no place for the demons to hide. Wherever the killing demon envoys went, all the demon envoys they saw were wiped out. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu stayed in the killing demon envoys' main alliance and led the way. Along the way, Yi Tianzong concentrated the power of his divine soul to check the situation 30 miles underground. He wanted to make sure there were no demon envoys. The killing demon envoys were not in a hurry to advance. Instead, they maintained a distance of 1,000 miles every day. In any case, warriors who cultivated to the Marquis Wu realm no longer needed food. Moreover, almost everyone in the killing demon envoys carried a storage bag with all the necessities inside. The warriors of Wuling and Wu Zongjing also carried food with them. They would not starve. The demon envoys in the celestial Devil Mountain Range probably did not expect that the killing demon envoys would take the initiative to attack. Even if they had made some corresponding preparations, under the attack of the endless flame could envoys and flame could envoys, the demon envoys kept retreating. They could not resist the killing demon envoys' attacks. The killing demon envoys maintained a speed of 1,000 miles per day. They maintained a neat offensive formation along the way. They were like a mighty and surging torrent, carrying an unstoppable momentum. They crushed everything in their way and firmly controlled the areas they had occupied. After attacking for a month, the 73 teams of the Demon Killing Alliance had advanced 30,000 miles before they stopped. After stopping, the major forces of the Central Plains mobilized all the warriors below the Wuling realm in the Central Plains to build cities in the areas they had occupied in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. According to the layout of the major forces, every 1,000 miles in the areas they had occupied, they built 4 medium-sized cities that could house 1 million people according to the layout of the 4 symbols formation. Every 10,000 miles, they built 4 large cities that could house 10 million people. Moreover, every city was deployed with a defensive formation. Defensive formation patterns were carved on the city walls. Every 4 adjacent cities could also form a 4 symbols formation. Even the ground where every city was located was set up with an early warning formation, a sturdy formation, and a shockproof formation. This time, all the forces of the Central Plains were going all out. They were going to fight the demon envoys to the death. They had used almost all their resources and trump cards. As long as a city was completed, the low-level warriors and demonic beasts of the human clan and the demon clan would immediately move in. After more than 90% of the warriors in the Central Plains had been mobilized, the cities in the areas they had occupied were quickly completed. They joined together to form a tight and solid defense line. After a month after the rear was stabilized, the Killing Demon Envoy's army continued to attack the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. This time, the Killing Demon Envoys had been prepared for the Demon Envoys when they attacked the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. Therefore, in every army of the Killing Demon Envoys, those powerful warriors of the 9th heaven of the Wu Shang realm practiced the combined attack formation every day. This was to ensure that when the Demon Envoys appeared, they would be able to block and delay the Demon Envoys and wait for the support of Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Ling Xinyue. In addition, the powerful forbidden weapons and divine talismans made by the myth realm masters of the major forces were also prepared at any time. After a month of rest, the Killing Demon Envoys waited for the rear to stabilize. This also gave the Demon Envoys a month to mobilize their troops and gather their strength. However, the Killing Demon Envoys did not care. There was a steady stream of war weapons and materials arriving at the rear. The Killing Demon Envoys were not afraid of fighting the Demon Envoys head-on. Chapter 211. The Demon Killing Alliance had gathered more than 80% of the forces in the Central Plains to attack the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. None of the members of the Demon Killing Alliance had a cultivation base lower than Wu Ling's. Even the members who had reached Wu Ling's level were the best in their respective forces. All the martial spirit realm warriors in the Central Plains who were below the martial spirit realm, and even those who weren't members of the Alliance, were called upon by all the forces of the human clan and the demon clan. They accepted missions from the Warrior Hiring Guild and joined the Demon Slayer Alliance to stabilize the rear. In addition to the Exorcist Alliance's main union, which had a super lineup of 6 billion warriors. The other 72 subunions each had a super lineup of 3 billion warriors. In total, nearly 220 billion warriors were sweeping the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range from all directions. After being caught off guard by the demon race a year ago, all the forces in the Central Plains didn't plan to waste so much time with the demon race. They were determined to fight the demon race as soon as possible. They couldn't let the demon race continue to occupy such a vast area like the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. With the support of the entire Central Plains, the Demon Killing Alliance's army didn't have anything to worry about. After they set off, they continued to advance slowly and steadily. Along the way, the martial sages explored the path in the sky, while the Demon Killing Alliance's army used the flaming beads and exploding flame beads to open up a path. Any trees, vegetation, mountains, or traps that stood in the way of the army were rendered useless under the crushing attacks of the Alliance army. Everywhere they passed was razed to the ground. even if the celestial Devil Mountain range was completely destroyed. They couldn't let the demon race occupy it. The demon-killing Alliance Army's crushing attack made the demon race in the celestial Devil Mountain range unable to sit still. After gathering countless demon race members, they also divided into 73 forces to block the demon-killing Alliance's attack. After the demon-killing Alliance Army continued to advance for thousands of miles, they faced the demon race army head-on. The two sides didn't communicate at all. All communication was superfluous, and they directly started to fight. Facing the countless demons, the demon-killing Alliance's army formed a 10,000-man attack formation. Then, they used the exploding flame beads to open a path and engaged in close combat with the demons. Wu Ling, Wu Zong, and Marquis Wu were fighting on the ground, while King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng were fighting in the sky. On the ground, in the demon-killing Alliance's army, the 10,000-man attacking camps and the demon army's army were engaged in a brutal battle of life and death on the 100,000-mile-long battlefront. All kinds of lethal forbidden weapons, divine talismans, formation discs, and so on were used. In the sky, tens of thousands of experts such as King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng were engaged in a fierce battle with the Devil Clan in the vast sky within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In a short period of time, King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng died one after another like raindrops. During the 1 month of preparation, the demon race had mobilized more than 90% of their forces. Like the human race and the demon race in the entire Central Plains, the demon race had gambled most of their forces in order to compete with the demon-killing alliance. It could be said that both sides had thrown caution to the wind and gambled their own fates and futures. In 73 places, there were 73 vast battlefields. Whether in the sky or on the ground, countless attacks were confronting each other. Vital energy was surging and magic power was filling the sky. Endless battles were taking place on every battlefield, and the vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several million miles was stirred up. Every second, thousands, tens of thousands of human beings, spirit creatures, and devils were killed. The bloody aura soared into the sky, and the fierce war shook the whole world. Perhaps the will of heaven and earth knew that the battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race was beneficial to the whole world. In the battle against the demon race, every member of the demon-killing alliance felt that their whole bodies were full of energy, as if they were inexhaustible. They were all in their best condition, and even unleashed 120% of their strength. Everyone in the demon-killing alliance had their own opponents and battles. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who were the strongest in the Central Plains, also had their own opponents. At this moment, in the sky thousands of miles above the demonic mountain range, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were fighting against 15 demon envoys. In the past 20 years of peace, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had never stopped pursuing their own strength. Ling Xinyue had completely stabilized herself in the first stage of the supreme level and was close to the second stage. Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu had completely stabilized themselves in the third stage of the supreme level. At this moment, Ling Xinyue wielded the New Moon Divine Sword and was fighting against a demon envoy. Because of the New Moon Divine Sword and various supplementary pills, Ling Xinyue was only slightly weaker than the demon envoy and was able to fight against the demon envoy for a long time. Shen Yu wielded the Divine Moon Heavenly Sword and used the Heavenly Moon Sword technique that she had created, and was not at a disadvantage against the 4 demon envoys. The Divine Moon Heavenly Sword was created by Shen Yu using the colored glass godly sword that Yi Tianzong had given her as the foundation, and fused with countless top-grade materials. She had spent many years in the Immortal Mansion to create it, and it was very powerful, and was very compatible with Xinyu. On the other side, Yi Tianzong directly activated the immeasurable Haren's righteousness between the heavens and the earth, and was fighting against 10 demon envoys. With the support of the immeasurable Haren's righteousness, Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about the consumption of energy, and activated the boundless godly sword's power to the greatest extent, and used the third form of the boundless sword technique, Corona Light. The third form of the boundless sword technique, Corona Light, was the condensation of the strongest yang energy between the heavens and the earth. The yang energy was the strongest yang energy, the most fiery and hot energy. When condensed to the extreme, it had the ability to burn everything and destroy any dark and evil energy. This yang energy was not something that could be used and controlled by myth realm experts. Yi Tianzong used the immeasurable Haren's righteousness to protect himself and activated the boundless godly sword to condense the strongest yang energy, the most fiery and hot energy of the sun, and wrapped around the godly sword to form a giant crimson-red sword light that was 100 feet long. In the battle against the 10 demon envoys, he was invincible. Although the 10 demon envoys had the advantage in numbers, they were still very wary of the Corona Light that Yi Tianzong used. Every time they fought with Yi Tianzong, the boundless godly sword's extremely condensed yang energy would cause the 10 demon envoys to feel extreme danger and heat. Moreover, the boundless sword technique that Yi Tianzong used was very exquisite. Every time he attacked the 10 demon envoys, there would be countless torrents of sword qi rushing at them, forcing the demon envoys to have no choice but to fight Yi Tianzong head-on. With the support of the immeasurable Haren's righteousness, Yi Tianzong's battle prowess had at least soared to the 5th stage of the martial saint realm. Without the worry of energy consumption, Yi Tianzong went all out. Not only did he use the boundless sword technique with all his might, he also used the Qinkuan force field continuously, suppressing the 10 demon envoys from the beginning. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Yi Tianzong became more and more courageous as he fought, his attacks becoming fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, the 10 demon envoys were not in a good situation. Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about energy consumption, but they could not. Even if they had the demon blood in their bodies to provide energy, it still needed time. It was impossible for them to replenish the energy that they consumed in an instant. After being chased by Yi Tianzong for half an hour, in order to defend against Yi Tianzong's attacks, the 10 demon envoys had consumed a lot of energy. They could not recover in a short period of time. While dodging and defending against Yi Tianzong's attacks, the 10 demon envoys could not stop cursing Yi Tianzong in their hearts. Using the Qinkuan force field again, Yi Tianzong finally trapped a demon envoys. Before he could break free, Yi Tianzong's godly sword slashed at the demon envoy's body with an unstoppable force. Under the yang energy, the demon envoys had no chance of escaping. While cursing unwillingly, only a drop of demon blood was left behind on the spot before he turned into ashes. Chapter 212. After exterminating a demon envoy, Yi Tianzong followed up his victory by launching an even more violent and fierce attack on the remaining 9 demon envoys. Facing Yi Tianzong's increasingly powerful and fierce attacks, the remaining 9 demon envoys could only do their best to resist. The resentment and grievance in the hearts of the 9 demon envoys was indescribable. After they became demon envoys, they represented supreme strength and status in the demon race, and no one dared to disobey their orders. Although the possibility of their strength increasing after becoming demon envoys was very small, they were still very satisfied. After all, their current strength was something they could never have imagined before. But they, who represented strength and status in the demon race, were now being beaten by Yi Tianzong. Moreover, whether it was in the past or now, all the demon envoys that encountered Yi Tianzong would die at his hands. This made the enmity of the demon envoys towards Yi Tianzong reach a level that even the boundless sea would not be able to wash away. No matter how much these demon envoys cursed and hated Yi Tianzong, Yi Tianzong's attacks were becoming more and more powerful. His originally formidable strength actually showed signs of rising. Yi Tianzong used the universe force field from time to time, causing the remaining 9 demon envoys to be surrounded by danger. Feeling more and more danger and pressure, One of the remaining 9 demon envoys directly left the battlefield and took out 3 nefarious blood crystals. Whether it was Yi, Tianzong, or the demon envoys, none of them had used their trump cards before. Yi Tianzong's group of 3 had the divine purification talisman, but the demon envoys also had the nefarious blood crystals. Although the explosion of the nefarious blood crystals did not distinguish between friend and foe, once the demon envoys went all out, Yi Tianzong would be safe and sound, but Ling Xinyue and Shenyu would be in danger. Now, Yi Tianzong's attacks were becoming more and more powerful, and the 9 demon envoys were almost unable to hold on. They could only take out the nefarious blood crystals to threaten Yi Tianzong. After seeing the demon envoys take out the nefarious blood crystals, Yi Tianzong also stopped his attacks. He coldly looked at the demon envoys and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Don't think that this lord is afraid of you just because you took out the nefarious blood crystals. Your nefarious blood crystals cannot compare to this lord's divine purification talisman." As Yi spoke, a divine purification talisman appeared in his hand. When the demon envoys saw Yi Tianzong take out the divine purification talisman, their eyes flashed with a fierce light. They then said in a deep voice, "Yi Tianzong, you don't need to scare us. Your divine purification talisman can indeed counter our nefarious blood crystals. Maybe we can't do anything to you if we explode the nefarious blood crystals, but those 2 humans over there will be unharmed. We still have a lot of nefarious blood crystals. If you force us into a corner, then one of us will self-destruct to delay you, while the others will detonate the nefarious blood crystals in your demon-killing alliance. I don't believe that you'll just watch your Haoranzhen sect's people get killed by the nefarious blood crystals." Yi Tianzong's expression did not change when he heard this, but his killing intent towards these demon envoys became even fiercer. He coldly asked, "Cut the crap. What do you want? Don't even think about threatening me. If you dare to do that, then I will disregard my status and assassinate you, unless you hide underground forever." The demon envoys on the other side said, "How about this? We won't interfere in the battle between your demon-killing alliance and our demon race. You can't use your divine purification talisman, and our demon race won't use the nefarious blood crystals. You should know that if we don't care about the casualties and send out 2 or 3 people to delay you while the others attack the demon-killing alliance, they won't be able to stop us." After Yi Tianzong stopped fighting with the 9 demon envoys, Ling Xinyue and Shin, you also stopped fighting with their opponents. Then they walked towards Yi Tianzong and the others. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were facing off against the 14 demon envoys. Yi Tianzong said, "It's easy for you to say that. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. How can I believe you?" The demon envoys on the other side said, "Humph, with our strength and status, we naturally keep our word. If we go back on our words, then wouldn't we be lowering our status for no reason? We're not joking with you. Do you want to continue fighting to the death with us until both sides are injured, or do you want to stand aside and let the people below decide the outcome? It's up to you. Don't think that we're afraid of you." Yi Tianzong disdainfully sneered in his heart. His expression was cold as he said, "I can agree to your request, but your demon race can't use the nefarious blood crystals. Also, if you break into the demon-killing alliance's territory and get killed by me, then you can only blame yourselves. If you don't abide by the rules when the demon-killing alliance is fighting with your demon race, then don't blame me for sneak attacking you." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the 14 demon envoys on the other side almost couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts. They wanted to fight with Yi Tianzong again. Suppressing the anger in their hearts, they said, "Humph, as demon envoys, we naturally keep our word. But at the same time, if we find out that the 3 of you have acted without permission, then don't blame us for implicating the people of the Haoranzhen sect. Let's go." After speaking, the 14 demon envoys vigilantly watched Yi Tianzong and the other 2. They gradually disappeared from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu's eyes. Shen Yu looked at Yi Tianzong and asked softly, "What are we going to do from now on? Do you really believe the words of those demon envoys?" Yi Tianzong sneered and said, "Humph, how is that possible? The so-called rules and agreements are just expedient measures. Both sides know what's going on. As long as one side has overwhelming strength or finds a way to resist each other's trump cards, then they will fight to the death again. Right now, the 3 of us and the 10 demon envoys each have their own weaknesses and advantages. Although we are stronger than them, we don't have enough Supreme Being battle strength. Their overall strength is not as good as ours, but they have the evil blood crystal as a trump card. Although it can't compare to the divine purification talisman, the number of divine purification talismans we have is less than their evil blood crystal. So, not making a move is the best choice for now. Once the number of demon envoys increases, or our Supreme Being battle strength increases, then it will be a life and death battle again. Humph, but they are underestimating us too much. How can I give them a chance to continue increasing their strength? Let's go back first. We can talk about the future later." After returning to the Demon Killing Alliance headquarters, Yi Tianzong told them about the agreement with the demon envoys. As a result, the human and demon envoys in the Central Plains all let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was the demon envoys or the evil blood crystal, they were both feared by the Demon Killing Alliance. As long as the demon envoys didn't make a move and didn't detonate the evil blood crystal, they weren't afraid of fighting the demon envoys. Time flowed like water, and 10 years passed in a hurry. The war between the Demon Killing Alliance and the demon envoys in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range had lasted for 10 years. In these 10 years, the Demon Killing Alliance and the demon envoys had suffered tens of billions of casualties. Countless battles had been fought, and it was hard to count. There wasn't a single day that was peaceful. In these 10 years, the Demon Killing Alliance had the support of all kinds of resources and manpower from the Central Plains. In the battle against the demon envoys in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, they had repelled the demon envoys' counterattacks countless times. Step by step, they had advanced into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range and occupied more territory. After paying the price of countless casualties, they had advanced 2 million miles into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. In the 2 million miles of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range that they had occupied, all the forests, vegetation, and mountains had been flattened. The Demon Killing Alliance had built countless cities on the empty ground. They had moved a large number of low-level warriors of the Wu Ling realm and the Wu Ling realm to live there. They had firmly controlled the territory that they had occupied. In these 10 years of war, all the major forces had suffered great casualties. Even the Hao Ranjun sect was no exception. According to a rough estimate, the Hao Ranjun sect had lost more than 3 million disciples and powerhouses in the past 10 years. Chapter 213. Even the disciples and elders of the Hao Ranjun sect, who were far more powerful than the other sects, had suffered such heavy casualties, let alone the other super forces and holy lands. Even the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 holy lands, which were second only to the Hao Ranjun sect, had suffered an average of 2 million casualties. As for the super forces, holy lands, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains, they had basically lost half of their strength. Fortunately, in the headquarters of all the forces, there was a steady stream of new blood every year. Finally, the Alliance's attack momentum did not stagnate because of the heavy casualties. In fact, in a situation where countless forces in the Central Plains had used all their trump cards, there was still such a large number of casualties. One of the important reasons was the devil chi erosion that Yi Tianzong had mentioned before. A considerable number of devil clan members were different from ordinary devil clan members. Not only were these devil clan members more powerful, but the devil chi on these devil clan members was also very dangerous and strange. If one was careless and injured by these devil clan members, The devil chi on these devil clan members would always adhere to the injured person's body, constantly corroding and eroding the injured person's will and strength. As time passed, the devil chi would continue to grow. Once one could not withstand it, they would become a member of the devil clan. Moreover, these devil clan martial artists and devil clan members would not lose their minds. Instead, they would still have their previous knowledge and combat strength. If Yi Tianzong had not been prepared to refine the devil mirror to distinguish these devil clan members, these devil clan martial artists and devil clan members who had turned into devil clan members because of the devil chi might have brought unbearable losses to the devil-slaying alliance. Facing the situation of being corroded by the devilish chi, apart from those of the righteous lineage who had a certain degree of immunity against the devilish chi due to their cultivation arts and their righteous chi, the other powers would have no way to deal with it unless those ninth heavenly layer martial saint experts expended a large amount of their magic power to forcefully force it out. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to reluctantly kill those disciples and demonic beasts who had been infected by the devilish chi. In order to ensure the stability of the demon-killing alliance, Yi Tianzong had no choice but to spend a lot of time researching with the masters of the Haoranjin sect. In the end, they used the rare materials provided by the major forces to specially set up a Haoran Tiangang demon cleansing formation that could suppress and dissipate the demon chi. The Haoran Tiangang demon purifying array used the Haoran righteous chi between heaven and earth as its source of power, and then combined with the power of Yi Tianzong's heavenly scripture of purification. It formed a formation space with a radius of 30 miles that could suppress and erase the devil chi within the bodies of martial artists and demons. Although they needed to stay in the formation space for a month and endure the pain of being stabbed by swords and knives to completely erase the devil chi within their bodies, there was finally a solution. Everyone in the demon-killing alliance was also relieved of their fear of the devil chi. They also had fewer scruples when fighting against the devil race. Although they had paid countless sacrifices, the demon-killing alliance had achieved great results. This was because they had adopted a steady offensive. The 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance had not only advanced 2 million miles into the celestial Devil Mountain range, but most importantly, they had eliminated countless living forces of the demon race. During the 10 years of war, the 73 armies of the Devil-Killing Alliance had firmly held the upper hand in every battle with the devil race. Although the advantage was very weak at the beginning, the devil race's foundation was very solid, and they had all kinds of lethal trump cards in their hands. However, after countless battles, this weak advantage became stronger and stronger under the life and death struggle of all the members of the Demon-Killing Alliance. Until now, 10 years had passed, and the Demon-Killing Alliance had eliminated at least 100 billion devil race. And the previous agreement between those demon envoys and Yi Tianzong not to attack each other was in fact only in name. In these 10 years, in order to reverse the devil race's disadvantage, the devil envoys secretly attacked more than once or twice. They assassinated the leaders of the human race and devil race in the Demon-Killing Alliance. Yi Tianzong and the other two were not polite. Not only did they assassinate the higher-ups of the devil race's 4 royal families, but they also secretly looked for the devil envoys. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu acted together. After discovering the devil envoys, they attacked together. They did not give the devil envoys a chance to react and detonate the evil blood crystal. In 10 years, they assassinated a total of 4 devil envoys. The devil envoys of the devil race also knew that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were secretly hunting them. Therefore, they spent most of their time in the rear of the devil race. They never acted alone, and assassinated the higher-ups of the Demon-Killing Alliance less and less. Although they knew that it was Yi Tianzong who was playing tricks, they could only helplessly accept reality, who told them to not follow the rules and assassinate the higher-ups of the Demon-Killing Alliance first. On this day, the Demon-Killing Alliance once again engaged in an all-out war with the devil race. The 73 armies engaged in an all-out war with the entire devil race. What a tragic war once again, set off a storm of blood. While the demon-killing alliance and the devil race were fighting, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu hid their auras and figures and quietly arrived at the rear of the devil race. Because they had the traceless, void, secret technique to hide their auras and figures, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu in the past 10 years, besides looking for and assassinating the higher-ups of the devil race and the devil envoys, they also carefully investigated the distribution of the devil race's forces, as well as the places where the devil envoys lived. After 10 years of searching, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu finally found the hiding place of the devil envoys. They were determined to kill all of the devil envoys in one go. For this reason, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had been in the Immortal Mansion for the past 10 years. Using Yi Tianzong's countless collections, they had specially refined 2 formation discs that could assist in killing the devil envoys. If they wanted to kill the devil envoys without anyone noticing, they couldn't use things like the divine purification talisman. Thus, they could only use the soul annihilation powder. However, although the soul annihilation powder was extremely powerful and tyrannical, Yi Tianzong wasn't sure if it could instantly kill the devil envoys. After all, the most important thing about the devil envoys was that drop of devil blood that came from an emperor-level existence. To an emperor-level existence, being reborn from a drop of blood wasn't an exaggeration. Every drop of blood contained the will and spirit of an emperor-level expert. As long as a drop of blood existed, there was a possibility of returning to the peak. In order to be absolutely safe, Yi Tianzong and the others had used countless precious materials to refine the Heaven Void Illusory Formation and the World Cleansing Demon Subduing Formation. The Heaven Void Illusory Formation could create a space of 100 li, blocking the senses of those outside the formation. As for the World Cleansing Demon Subduing Formation, Yi Tianzong had specially thought of using the World Cleansing Heavenly Scripture's power to deal with the devil envoys. The World Cleansing Demon Subduing Formation contained the power that Yi Tianzong had poured in from the World Cleansing Heavenly Scripture's power over the past 10 years in the Immortal Mansion. Chapter 214. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu silently sneaked into the place where the devil envoys were. In the past 10 years, the devil clan had gained 2 more devil envoys. Originally, there were only 10 devil envoys left after being assassinated by Yi Tianzong and the other 2, but now there were 12. These 12 devil envoys knew that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were always looking for them, so they never acted alone. If there was no need, they would always gather together, which gave them a sense of security. Although it was laughable and shameful for these devil envoys to gather together for safety, they were forced to do so. They silently arrived at a very hidden canyon where the devil envoys were. Yi Tianzong very cautiously probed the canyon with his divine sense to check the situation inside. It just so happened that the 12 devil envoys were all present and were cursing him. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu signaled to each other, and the 3 of them quietly separated and placed the Void Heaven Illusion Array around the canyon. There were a total of 9 array discs, and after placing them in a special position, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 activated the Void Heaven Illusion Array. The activation of the Void Heaven Illusory Array was silent and did not reveal any fluctuations. After the Void Heaven Illusory Array was completely activated, it immediately enveloped the valley that the devil envoys were in, forming another layer of space that was separated from the original space of the profound spirit world. At this time, the 12 devil envoys in the valley had not discovered anything. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 entered the Void Heaven Illusion Array, they continued to approach the location of the 12 devil envoys and stopped at a distance of 10 li. Then, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu entered the Immortal Mansion, and Yi Tianzong took out a purple gold glass jade bottle that contained the soul annihilating powder. Yi Tianzong sent out a blast of energy to shatter the jade bottle. Instantly, he entered the vast expanse immortal abode. The moment Yi Tianzong disappeared, The 12 devil envoys were finally alarmed by the sound of the jade bottle breaking. "Who is it?" The 12 devil envoys instantly became alert and flew out of the cave to check the situation. But just as they stood up, they felt their bodies sway, and then their vision turned black, and they did not know what happened. After half an hour had passed in the outside world, Yi Tianzong and the other two came out of the immortal mansion, vigilantly looking at the 12 devil envoys on the ground. Yi Tianzong and the other two did not let their guard down. They attacked the 12 devil envoys. Were dead envoys on the ground? Were they dead? And there was no reaction. They did not make any sound. They did not hear any sound. As if they were dead, they were dead. They were in the immortal mansion worse and worse. Where they were sent the envoys into the immortal mansion. And where was. Where were SSS and through worse, and the demonses were worse. And through where were thrown immortal demon were devils. The immortal mansion had a boundless space, and the strength of the space was far beyond that of an ordinary greater thousand world. It was simply difficult to destroy. As a junior disciple of Yi Tianzong, he could control the space within the immortal mansion for hundreds of millions of miles. Even if the corpses were to undergo some unfathomable changes, Yi Tianzong was the master of the immortal mansion and could control a small part of the mansion's power. The Heaven's Expanse immortal abode was a supreme treasure created by the almighty experts of the multiverse, and its power was far beyond that of a ninth heaven stage godmyth. Even a tiny bit of its power could easily suppress a grand emperor in his prime, much less the corpses of a dozen godmyth envoys. Yi Tianzong did not expect to get rid of the 12 devil envoys so easily. According to his original plan, if the soul oblivion powder did not work, then he would first use the divine purification talisman. If the devil envoys detonated the evil blood crystal, then he would use the world cleansing demon array. In any case, there was the heaven void illusion array outside, and the devil race would not notice anything. After dealing with the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong and the other two removed the illusory void formation. Then, without any signs of life, they headed towards the demon race's camp where the demon-killing alliance was fighting. It was time to deal with the demon race who had the evil blood crystals. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a devil and captured many high-ranking members of the 4 great royal clans. He had forcibly searched their souls and found out which devil race's evil blood crystal was evil blood crystal. The evil blood crystal was a dangerous item. Once detonated, it would cause damage in a radius of 10,000 miles, but the endless evil blood resentment could cover an area of 50,000 miles. It was a very dangerous item for both the devil race and the human race. Yi Tianzong's divine purification talisman could restrain the evil blood crystal, but there were too few of them. There were not many evil blood crystals in the 4 great royal clans' hands. There were only 13 of them, and they were held by the high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystal. Most of the evil blood crystals were still in the hands of the devil envoys. Now that the devil envoys' evil blood crystals were finished, all that was left was to get rid of the high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystal. That way, the devil-killing alliance would have nothing to fear. After spending a day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu split up and finally got rid of the 13 high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystals. After returning to the main army of the devil-killing alliance, Yi Tianzong gathered all the leaders of the major factions and told them that the devil envoys had been dealt with by him, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu. The devil race's evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals had also been eliminated. After hearing this good news, all the high-ranking members of the human race and devil races' evil blood crystals had been dealt with. What else was there to be afraid of? They just had to fight. Thus, on the second day of the battle with the devil race, the 73 armies of the devil-killing alliance unleashed their fiercest offensive since the start of the battle. In the past, they were afraid of the devil envoys' evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, so they didn't dare to use them on a large scale. This time, They used all of them without any hesitation. Countless exploding flame pearls filled the sky. The demons who were not mentally prepared were immediately stunned by the Demon-Killing Alliance's powerful attack. This time, the Demon-Killing Alliance's offensive was far more powerful than any of the previous battles. Countless exploding flame pearls exploded, and even Wu Xing's third sky experts didn't dare to face them head-on. Under such a powerful, explosive offensive, countless demons were blown into pieces and turned into ashes. All the traps, entrapment formations, illusions, and other defensive formations of the demon clan were destroyed by the exploding flame pearls that filled the sky. After the attack of the exploding flame beads, the Demon Slayer Alliance's army formed various battle formations and followed closely behind. When they encountered the Devil Clan's battle formation, they threw all kinds of powerful forbidden weapons and divine talismans at them. They trampled on the Devil Clan's army once again. The remaining Devil Clan's army was directly wiped out by the Devil Slayer Alliance's army. Under the sudden and fierce attack of the Demon Slayer Alliance, the Demon Clan's army was utterly defeated and retreated in defeat. The Demon Clan's army on the ground was defeated. On the sky battlefield, all the experts of the Demon Slayer Alliance went out to fight. The Haoran Zhen Sect's experts, who had reached the peak of the Heavenly Pride Realm and the King Realm, who had been hiding in order to avoid the Demon Envoy's sneak attack, all showed up. Even Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu participated in the battle. The Demon Slayer Alliance had more experts than the Demon Clan by at least 20%. With the invincible fighting strength of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, as well as the super fighting strength of the King Realm and the Heavenly Pride Realm of the Haoranjin sect, such as Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun, the Demon Slayer Alliance had a great advantage on the sky battlefield. The Demon Slayer Alliance's experts, such as King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng, were killed by the Demon Slayer Alliance like raindrops and fell to the ground one after another. In the sky and on the ground, the Demon Clan's army was defeated by the Demon Slayer Alliance's attack. It was difficult to resist, and finally a great defeat occurred. Countless Demon Clan's army fled into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. The 73 armies of the Demon Slayer Alliance pursued the Demon Slayer Alliance's army, but they didn't advance rashly. Instead, they continued to use the strategy of crushing the Demon Slayer Alliance's army. Along the way, everything that stood in their way was razed to the ground. The Demon Clan on the ground fled into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, but the Demon Clan on the sky battlefield couldn't escape so easily. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous battle, the experts of the Demon Slayer Alliance had killed at least 70% of the Demon Clan's experts. Less than 30% of the Demon Clan's experts had escaped. After this battle, the Demon Slayer Alliance suffered a great blow, whether it was the high-level battle strength or the low-level battle strength of the Demon Clan. From now on, the Demon Slayer Alliance had an absolute advantage. They could directly sweep into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. Chapter 215. With all the martial revered and martial saint experts of the Demon Killing Alliance leading the way, the 73 divisions of the Demon Killing Alliance's army had an imposing aura. They advanced at a speed of 5,000 miles per day without any hindrance. Countless Wu Zun and Wu Xing experts were at the front, eliminating any threats and traps that came from the sky or on the ground. The Demon Killing Alliance troops in the rear crushed everything in their path. Those demons who didn't manage to escape in time, or those who didn't give up and wanted to ambush the Demon Killing Alliance troops halfway, were all wiped out. Yi Tianzong concentrated all his strength and used his divine sense to investigate the situation 30 miles underground, finding any underground strongholds and nests of the demons. The Demon Killing Alliance troops would stop for 3 days every 10 days to allow the Wu Ling Realm and Wu Ling Realm warriors from the Central Plains to stabilize the situation. In this way, the 73 groups of Demon Killing Alliance troops advanced steadily. During this time, they encountered all kinds of obstructions and traps from the demons. But in the face of absolute power, the demon-killing alliance troops didn't slow down at all. They advanced for 12 years and finally advanced 10 million miles. They were already 1/3 of the way to the center of the demonic mountain range. Only then did the demon-killing alliance troops stop. In front of them was the defense line that the demons had painstakingly set up over the past 12 years. The demon-killing alliance troops didn't launch an attack rashly. Instead, they stopped at a distance of 3,000 miles from the demons' defense line. Then they started to set up all kinds of defensive and warning formations and started to repair them. The demons' overall strength was weaker than the demon-killing alliance, so they didn't take the initiative to attack the demon-killing alliance troops. In the rear of the demon-killing alliance troops, Yi Tianzong and the leaders of the major forces were discussing the attack plan against the demons. Yi Tianzong said, "Yesterday, I carefully investigated the demons' defense line in front of us. The situation isn't optimistic. The demon race took advantage of the terrain advantage in the past 10 years to deploy a very solid line of defense. In particular, they carefully arranged a defensive formation. Unless we gather at least 1/10 of the army's strength to attack, it will be very difficult to break through." Unfettered Saint Master frowned and said, "It is not realistic to gather at least 1/10 of the army's power. The members of our alliance army come from different forces, and the martial arts they cultivate are different. The nature of their power is also different. Basically, it is impossible to combine them. We still need to think of other ways." After Sacred Master Xiaoyao finished speaking, all the leaders of the major forces present nodded in agreement. This was indeed unrealistic. They had to think of another way. At this time, Yi Tianzong said, "There's no need to think of another way. In fact, it's very simple. All the masters of the Marquis Wu realm and above can gather according to the forces they belong to. It shouldn't be a problem to integrate the forces together. Then I will set up a primordial chaos array that can gather power. As long as the masters of the major forces pour their power into the primordial chaos array, I will control the primordial chaos array to attack the demons' defensive formation. It will be enough to break through the demons' defensive formation." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, all the leaders of the major forces began to discuss in whispers. Just as Yi Tianzong said, the battle formations of the major forces could gather power. Then they could channel the power into the primordial chaos array to attack the demons' defensive formation. It was indeed a good idea. After discussing with each other, all the leaders of the major forces had no objections. After notifying the other 72 demon-killing alliance troops, all the demon-killing alliance troops began to move according to the plan. They had been preparing for a month. During this time, the demon-killing alliance troops had tried to attack the demons' defensive line a few times. However, the pitch-black curtain of the sky made the attacks of the demon-killing alliance to no avail. This gave the demons a lot of confidence to resist the demon-killing alliance troops. After everything was prepared, all the masters of the demon-killing alliance troops at the level of Marquis Wu, Wu King, Wu Zun, and Wu Xing had gathered together according to their respective forces. Then, according to their respective battle formations, they poured all their power into the primordial chaos array that was set up by Yi Tianzong. The primordial chaos array had the power of the primordial chaos array. It could temporarily integrate and condense different types of energy. In an instant, thousands of different colored energy light beams filled the sky. The primordial chaos array absorbed a vast amount of energy. Yi Tianzong used all of his magic power and the power of his divine soul to control the vast amount of energy in the primordial chaos array. It formed a multicolored spear that was thousands of feet long. The spear was aimed at the demons' camp 3,000 miles away. When the demons hiding under the curtain of darkness saw the dazzling multicolored spear of the demon-killing alliance troops, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. They had spent more than 10 years to set up this curtain of darkness defensive line. Not only did it consume countless resources of the demons, but it also combined all kinds of terrain conditions in the celestial Devil Mountain Range. This was the last and most powerful defensive line besides the central area of the celestial Devil Mountain Range. If this defensive line was breached, they could only retreat to the central area of the celestial Devil Mountain Range. Originally, the Demon-Killing Alliance's previous attacks were all in vain, and the dark canopy of the heavens didn't even budge. The Demon Clan thought that they could rest easy for the time being. They didn't expect that in just 1 month, the dark canopy of the heavens, which the Demon Clan had painstakingly deployed, would be in danger. The demons hurriedly gathered all the powerhouses to provide energy for the curtain of darkness. They couldn't let the Demon-Killing Alliance break through the curtain of darkness. While the demons were anxiously moving, Yi Tianzong had already formed the spear of energy that was condensed by the primordial chaos array. He felt that he was faintly losing control of the spear. Yi Tianzong faced the curtain of darkness of the demon's camp in the distance. The power of his whole body exploded. Go! The huge spear condensed the power of all the Marquis Wu and above in the Demon-Killing Alliance troops. It seemed to have pierced through time and space. In an instant, it pierced the curtain of darkness of the demon's camp. With Yi Tianzong controlling the primordial chaos array to provide endless power for the huge spear, the huge spear pierced through the meticulously deployed curtain of darkness of the demons like a hot knife through butter. Even though there were countless demon powerhouses providing energy for the curtain of darkness, it still couldn't change the fact that the curtain of darkness was broken through. After all, Yi Tianzong's Demon-Killing Alliance adopted the method of breaking through the curtain of darkness of the demon's camp. With the support of countless powerhouses of the Demon-Killing Alliance, the huge, colorful spear finally pierced through the curtain of darkness of the demon's desperate expressions. A gap appeared in the curtain of darkness of the demon's high hopes. After Yi Tianzong withdrew the power that was maintaining the curtain of darkness, the rest of the huge spear directly exploded. The demon race who had been hiding under the dark sky canopy suffered a calamity. Under the explosion of the remaining giant spears, all the demon race within a radius of thousands of miles were annihilated in an instant. Except for a few martial sage experts who had survived, the rest of the demon race were all blown to pieces by the violent energy explosion and were annihilated. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong continued to make efforts. He ordered the powerhouses of the Demon-Killing Alliance to continue providing energy. Yi Tianzong controlled the primordial chaos array to condense another huge spear, which was thousands of feet long. He then shot it towards the other side of the curtain of darkness. Chapter 216. Because the dark canopy of the heavens had already been damaged and part of the power spears had exploded, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses. This time, the huge spear condensed into a 1,000 feet long spear, broke through the defense of the dark canopy of the heavens without much effort, and then exploded as well. Once again, the demons within a radius of several thousand miles were almost completely wiped out. Yi Tianzong removed the origin formation, and then took advantage of the chaos of the demons to order the Demon-Killing Alliance to launch an all-out attack. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu took the lead and attacked the demons' defensive line and began to slaughter the demons. Because of the huge power spears, the dark canopy of the heavens had more than half of its defense destroyed and could no longer resist the attacks of the Demon-Killing Alliance. Because of the 2 power spears explosions, the demons suffered heavy losses. Under the fierce attacks of all the powerhouses of the Demon-Killing Alliance, they were defeated in less than 2 hours and were chased down by the powerhouses of the Demon-Killing Alliance. Since the victory of this battle had been secured, Yi Tianzong took Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu without stopping and rushed to the other Demon-Killing Alliance armies to help them break through the dark canopy of the heavens deployed by the Demon-Killing Alliance. After spending a total of half a month, the other 12 armies of the Demon-Killing Alliance, with the help of Yi Tianzong, broke through the dark canopy of the heavens meticulously deployed by the demon-killing alliance and obtained another great victory. The dark canopy of the heavens was the demon-killing alliance's last line of defense in the heavenly Devil Mountain range, second only to the central area. Now it had been completely broken through by the demon-killing alliance, and the demon-killing alliance had lost more than half of its forces. And in front of the demon-killing alliance army, there was no longer any obstacle that could stop the army from advancing. The demon-killing alliance had obtained another great victory, and under the successive victories, the major forces of the demon-killing alliance had somewhat forgotten themselves and had become complacent. Many super forces and holy lands were quite dissatisfied with Yi Tianzong's strategy of steadily advancing, and thought that they should seize the opportunity to quickly chase down and eliminate any forces of the demon-killing alliance. In the total of 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance, there were super forces and holy lands, and they wanted to speed up and kill the fleeing demons as soon as possible. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong knew that the gains would not make up for the losses if he forcefully suppressed them. He also wanted the demon race to teach these disobedient forces a lesson. Therefore, he adopted a laissez-faire attitude, directly stating that if any force wanted to leave the army to pursue the demons, he would neither approve nor oppose. But if they were ambushed by the demons, they would have to bear all the consequences. However, after years of consecutive victories, many superpowers and holy lands had lost sight of reality, and they refused to listen to Yi Tianzong's words. After learning that Yi Tianzong had no objections, these superpowers and holy lands immediately broke away from the army and headed deeper into the heavenly Demon Mountain range. As a result, the super forces and holy lands that had left the army had all been ambushed by the demon race due to their greed. The disciples and elders that they had sent out had all suffered heavy losses, and only a few of them had managed to escape. After suffering such a heavy blow, the complacent super forces and holy lands finally calmed down. They clearly realized that no matter how heavy the demon race's losses were, and their strength had been greatly reduced, they still could not be underestimated. The fact that these super forces and holy lands had been ambushed by the demon race also made the other restless forces calm down. They rejoiced in their hearts and gave up on their plans. They continued to follow Yi Tianzong's plan, steadily advancing into the depths of the heavenly Demon Mountain range at a speed of 5,000 kilometers per day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. The 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance had been ambushed, harassed, and set up all kinds of traps by the demon race along the way. In the end, they had once again advanced into the depths of the heavenly Demon Mountain range. They were approaching the core area of the demon race's heavenly Demon Mountain range. In front of the demon-killing alliance's army was a boundless dark swamp that was filled with filth, decay, and evil aura. The boundless dark swamp blocked the path of the demon-killing alliance's army. Looking at the dark swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see, all the higher-ups of the demon-killing alliance were worried. Looking at the silent leaders of the major forces below, Yi Tianzong's heart was as clear as a mirror. After fighting for dozens of years, he knew that these leaders of the major forces of the human race and the demon race actually did not want to fight anymore. After dozens of years of fighting and pushing forward, the demon race's strength had been reduced again and again. They were now far inferior to the demon-killing alliance's strength. The demon race's threat to the major forces of the Central Plains was already very small. Moreover, the major forces had also lost a lot of their strength over the years. The dark swamp in front of them was very troublesome at first glance. There were definitely various kinds of traps set up by the demon race. If they wanted to flatten the dark swamp, they would have to pay a great price. Who knew what kind of traps and troubles were waiting for them after the dark swamp? Compared to wasting a lot of energy and casualties to flatten the dark swamp and then facing unknown dangers and traps, the people of the major forces were more inclined to build a city outside the dark swamp and then form an encirclement to encircle the central area of the heavenly Devil Mountain range, trapping the demons in the central area of the heavenly Devil Mountain Range as a training ground for their future disciples. Yi Tianzong clearly knew what these leaders of the major forces were thinking, but he did not point it out. Although he wanted to completely break through the demon race's last line of defense in one go and completely drive the demon race back underground, he knew that it was not realistic in a situation where the entire demon-killing alliance did not want to continue fighting. In the end, the silent atmosphere was broken by the Empyrean Sacred Leader. The Empyrean Sacred Leader directly proposed building a city to encircle and trap the demon race. This proposal received the support of more than 90% of the demon-killing alliance's forces. With the support of the majority of the major forces, Yi Tianzong naturally did not have to go against them. In any case, even if the demon race erupted again, it would be impossible for them to affect the Hao Ranjin sect, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a short period of time. Yi Tianzong finally said, "My original intention was to completely drive the demon race back underground in one go, but since you all agreed to encircle and not attack, I will not be the bad guy in vain. I hope you will not regret today's decision in the future." After saying this, Yi Tianzong left the Alliance Hall. As for the rest of the specific matters, naturally the people of the Hao Ranjin sect would discuss it with the major forces. After stopping the attack on the demon race, Yi Tianzong returned from the demon-killing alliance to the Tiangang Peak of the Hao Ranjin sect. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of shackles, and his body and mind were at ease. He lived a happy life with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. After the demon-killing alliance decided to encircle and not attack the demon race, all the major forces of the Central Plains, including the human race and the demon race, spent 50 years building 3 layers of encirclement in succession outside the dark swamp in the central region of the demonic mountain range. Each layer of encirclement was thousands of kilometers apart, and they were all made up of large cities and super cities that were covered with all kinds of defensive formations. Moreover, they also became the trial grounds and mission grounds for all the major forces of the Central Plains, as well as rogue cultivators. In the past 50 years, the strength that the Hao Ranjin sect had originally lost because of the war with the demon race had gradually recovered. With the fresh blood provided by hundreds of Haoran branch schools, as well as the addition of young talents from all over the Central Plains, the overall strength of the Hao Ranjin sect had steadily increased. Standing at the highest point of the Tiangang Peak, overlooking the endless layers of clouds and the boundless heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's thoughts surged, and he fell into a wonderful state. Looking at Yi Tianzong, who had fallen into a wonderful state 3 days ago, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu quietly stood hundreds of meters away and did not disturb him. Suddenly, Yi Tianzong broke away from the wonderful state and woke up. Savoring the harvest this time, he could not help but reveal a happy smile. After going through the wonderful state that had lasted for several days, Yi Tianzong's Fa Li, physical body, soul, martial comprehension, and so on did not make any progress. However, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had indeed increased by a large amount. It was mentioned before that Yi Tianzong, in the process of traversing through many worlds, had found a spiritual cultivation method by himself. This was also an important reason why Yi Tianzong was able to become a primary disciple of the Immortal Mansion. In the path of spiritual cultivation that Yi Tianzong had found, the realms of spiritual cultivation were currently divided into 5 levels. The first level, spiritual movement realm, was when the silent spirit was replaced with vitality, becoming lively and natural. The second level, heart spring realm, was when the lively spirit energy transformed into a spring of the spirit, endlessly gushing out spirit energy. The third level, heart lake realm, as the name implies, was when the spring of the spirit transformed into a lake of the spirit. The spirit was vast and unfathomable. The fourth level, Heartsea realm, was when the lake of the spirit transformed into a boundless sea of the spirit. The sea of the spirit was boundless, and the spirit was boundless. The fifth level, Heart Profound realm, was when the boundless sea of the spirit condensed into a supreme, profound embryo. Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had currently reached the Heartsea realm, and he had only created a spiritual cultivation method to reach the Heartsea realm. The fifth level of spiritual cultivation was Yi Tianzong's idea, but it had not been completely deduced yet. After going through the wonderful state for several days, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation, which was originally at the Heartsea realm, had once again increased by a large amount. The boundless sea of the spirit formed by the spirit energy was even more vast and unfathomable, and he was one step closer to the peak of the Heartsea realm. Chapter 217. Looking at the happy Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, who were like fairies and goddesses. He was so happy that he directly hugged the two of them and praised from the bottom of his heart, "You two are really beautiful." Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were somewhat startled and shy by Yi Tianzong's sudden praise, but after being together for such a long time, the two of them recovered from their initial shock and shyness. However, their mood became better because of Yi Tianzong's praise. "It seems that your harvest is not small. Otherwise, you would not say such words normally." Shen Yu said with a hint of coquettishness, "Haha, I was a bit old-fashioned and serious in the past. I had to maintain my dignity in front of outsiders. But for you two, my most beloved fairies and goddesses, I have to be relaxed. There is no need to be so serious. In the future, we will live happily like this, haha." Yi Tianzong said in a happy mood. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, whether it was Ling Xinyue or Shen Yu, the two of them had different temperaments but similarly beautiful faces, and revealed a happy smile that stunned the world. Yi Tianzong sat at the top of Tiangang Peak, hugging Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, looking at the endless sea of clouds and the vast world in the distance. After enjoying this warm feeling for a while, Yi Tianzong opened his mouth and said, "The demons of the Central Plains are trapped in the central region of the demonic mountain range. There should be no problem for a short period of time. However, the situation of the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland is not optimistic. The demons of these three regions have already occupied more than half of the three regions. If it were not for the fact that the demons of the Central Plains have been constantly losing strength in the past few years and drawing a large amount of their strength from the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland, the three regions would have already been occupied by the demons. We must provide some support to the forces of the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland. We cannot let the three regions be occupied by the demons. Otherwise, the demons will surround the Central Plains in the future. 20 years later, I plan to break the seal of heaven and earth again and ascend to the mythical realm. Over the years, I have a growing premonition that in the next 100 years or so, there will be a crisis that will overturn the world. According to my repeated calculations and conjectures, this danger comes from outside the world. I think there should be experts from the outside world or other worlds approaching our world. We must stabilize the situation of our world in the shortest time possible, and then increase our strength to deal with the future crisis. With the cultivation grotto heaven, even if the world is destroyed, nothing will happen to us. However, I am unwilling to just watch as the world that I have lived in for hundreds of years is destroyed. No matter what, I have to go all out and meet those enemies." Feeling the unwavering determination in Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu both held Yi Tianzong's hands and said at the same time, "No matter what happens, we will face it with you." Yi Tianzong smiled knowingly and continued to hug Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu. They sat on the top of Tiangang Peak and looked at the boundless sea of clouds and heaven and earth. 3 days later, Yi Tianzong gathered the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect. At the same time, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters, who had received the invitation in advance, also came to the Haoranjin sect. In the Haoran Hall, Yi Tianzong looked at the Lingyun Hall Master and the others in the hall and said, This time, I asked you to come because I have something to tell you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared." Upon hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 great sacred masters, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the serious expressions of Yi Haoren and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. They immediately had a premonition that what Yi Tianzong was going to say was probably not good news. Just as they had guessed, Yi Tianzong continued, "This time there are a total of 4 things that need to be mentioned. The first thing is that according to the information gathered by our Hao Ranjin sect, the Devil Clan is very powerful in the western regions, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland. The Devil Clan suffered heavy losses in our central plains and was finally besieged in the central region of the demonic mountain range. However, this did not stop the Devil Clan. Instead, they focused more of their attention on the western regions, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland. The major forces in these 3 regions were beaten back by the Devil Clan. These 3 regions must not be occupied by the Devil Clan. Otherwise, if they develop their strength in these 3 regions, the strength of the Devil Clan will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, our central plains will be besieged from 3 sides and attacked from both inside and outside. I think you don't think that the strength of the Devil Clan hasn't recovered in the past 50 years. After some time, I will gather the leaders of the major forces of the Human Clan and the Demon Clan in the Central Plains to discuss this issue in the General Alliance of the Demon Slayer Alliance. Now, I'm telling you in advance that when the time comes, you will need to advance and retreat together with our Hao Ranjin sect." Hearing this, the Lingyun Hall Master said, "Little Sect Master, you are too polite. This issue is indeed something that we must pay attention to. Our Lingyun Hall will definitely support your proposal." After the Lingyun Hall Master finished speaking, the Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 great sacred masters also expressed their approval. Yi Tianzong nodded and continued, "The second thing is that I have decided to break the seal of heaven and earth again in 20 years. At that time, the capacity of heaven and earth should reach the 2nd sky of the myth realm. You'd better prepare in advance. This time the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect will have 10,000 places, and the 10 great sacred masters will have 8,000 places." As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking about the second thing, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters were a little excited. Every time the seal of heaven and earth was broken, it was an opportunity for their strength to increase greatly. Especially this time when heaven and earth expanded to the extent that it could accommodate the myth realm, the origin of heaven and earth would definitely be a lot of feedback. At that time, not only would their strength increase greatly, but their potential would also increase greatly, which would give them a great chance to enter the myth realm. In the past, as the leaders of the major forces, although their talents were also outstanding, they also knew that the possibility of entering the myth realm was very small. Advancing from Wusheng to the myth realm was more difficult than cultivating from a mortal to the 9th sky of Wusheng. There was a gap that was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was already very good if 1 out of 1,000 9th sky of Wusheng could advance to the myth realm. Even at the peak of the mythological era, among the countless forces in the Central Plains, there were no more than 200,000 myth realm experts on the surface. The Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were the peak forces of the God King during the mythological era, but they each had no more than 50 myth realm experts. The more one knew, the more one understood how difficult it was to break through to the myth realm. With the aptitude and potential of the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters, the 6th sky of Wusheng was the peak. However, after participating in the opportunity to break the seal of heaven and earth a few times and receiving the feedback of heaven and earth, not only did their strength increase greatly, but their potential also increased several times. Because of this, they felt that they had some confidence in reaching the myth realm, which was previously out of their reach. Now that they heard that Yi Tianzong had confirmed the opportunity to break the seal of heaven and earth again, the Lingyun Hall Master and the other 12 people were immediately excited. No matter what identity they had as martial artists, they were still most concerned about their own martial arts future. A great opportunity to advance to the myth realm was in the near future. So how could they not be excited? After the Lingyun Hall master and the others calmed down a little, Yi Tianzong continued. The third thing is that from today onwards, we have to contact and cooperate with the sea tribes in the Endless Sea and pull some suitable, powerful sea tribes into our camp to strengthen our camp strength because we're running out of time. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the Kunlun sect master and the others, Yi Tianzong continued, the fourth thing is also the reason for the first, second, and third things. Over the years, I've always received some warnings of crisis from the will of heaven and earth. After many years of calculation and guessing, I'm not sure how many years it will be, but a huge crisis will descend from the heavens in more than 100 years. This is a crisis that can overturn the world. According to the vague warning from the will of heaven and earth, it's very likely that there will be experts or worlds from outer space approaching our world quickly. Not to mention whether this warning is true or false. Even if it's false, we have to treat it as true. We have to improve our strength at the fastest speed. It's best if it's false. Once it's true, if we don't have enough strength before then, we can only be finished together with the world in the end. This is also the reason why I said the first three things. There's still a super expert of at least 8th heaven of myth realm suppressed in the depths of our world, and the chaos of the demon race hasn't been completely quelled yet. It's very likely that there will be a crisis from outer space in the future. Time waits for no man. In order to resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. We have to strive for more strength. The overall strength of the Endless Sea tribe in the Endless Sea is much, much stronger than that of our Central Plains. We have to rope in the strength of the Endless Sea tribe on the basis of improving our strength. We must quell the chaos of the demon race within 100 years and suppress the danger of the demon race to the lowest level. After 100 years, I believe that the will of heaven and earth in our world will have a conclusion about whether the crisis from outer space is real or not. Only then will we have time to make targeted arrangements. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the entire Harrenhal fell into silence. The faces of the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, 10 great sacred masters, and the others became a little ugly. They were just immersed in the joy of breaking the seal of heaven and earth and obtaining the opportunity to enter the myth realm. They didn't expect that not long after they were happy, Yi Tianzong would say such a piece of news that was somewhat difficult for them to accept. It was no wonder that when Yi Tianzong said that he would break the seal of heaven and earth, the faces of the people of Hao Ranjin's sect didn't improve, but became even more gloomy. It turned out that they had already known about such terrible news. Originally, there was a super existence suppressed in the depths of their world. The chaos of the demon race had not been quelled yet, and it was enough for them to worry about. In the end, they didn't expect that there would be something even more worrying. As for whether the crisis in the future was real or not, Yi Tianzong said that it was a hint transmitted by the will of heaven and earth. The probability of it being real was definitely higher. Who would joke about such a thing? Chapter 218. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters had all seen the eye of heaven and earth manifested by the will of heaven and earth during the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth several times. Moreover, they were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Naturally, they knew that the will of heaven and earth had no emotions and only acted according to instinct. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others had no choice but to believe that the will of heaven and earth was about to descend in the future. Yi Tianzong was even more unlikely to speak nonsense. This would not benefit him or the Hao Ranjin sect at all. Looking at the Lingyun Hall Master and the others who all had ugly expressions, Yi Tianzong said, "The reason why I'm telling you this in advance is because you're on the same side as the Hao Ranjin sect. I hope that you'll be mentally prepared and take precautions. As for the other superpowers and holy lands in the Central Plains, let's not talk about them. Let's wait for 100 years for a definite conclusion about the beyond heaven before we inform the Central Plains. Now, the most important thing for us is to rapidly expand and increase our strength to the greatest extent. We need to seize the time to establish cooperation with the boundless ocean and strengthen the strength of our camp. No matter what we face, our own strength is the most important thing. That's all I have to say. You can discuss the rest. After he finished speaking, Yi Tianzong left the Harren Hall with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred masters did not pay attention to Yi Tianzong's departure. Instead, they discussed with Yi Haoren and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect some preparations for the next 20 years and cooperation with the Sea Race. 1 month later, the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands gathered the leaders of the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains at the headquarters of the Demon Killing Alliance. Yi Haoren first explained the situation of the western region, the northern borderline and the southern wasteland. Then he proposed to support the 3 regions and prevent the demon race from becoming too powerful. With the support of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, as well as the fact that the leaders of the major forces were not fools, they naturally knew that once the demon clan grew stronger, the situation would be dangerous in the future. Therefore, after some discussion, they all agreed. First, in the name of the Demon Slaying Alliance, they contacted the great factions in the western region, the northern border, and the southern wasteland. Then, they made specific arrangements and provided support. Time continued to flow, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, the situation of the entire profound spirit world had changed quite a bit. First of all, because of the support of the Central Plains Demon-Slaying Alliance, the great factions in the northern borderline and the southern wasteland finally stopped being defeated in their battles with the Demon Clan. Instead, they even won a few battles and were in a relatively balanced stalemate with the Demon Clan. At the same time, in the process of supporting the northern borderline and the southern wasteland, the northern borderline's Gudao Mountain also joined the camp formed by the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. The Gudao Mountain was created by the ancient Path God King during the mythological era. During the mythological era, the ancient Path God King was familiar with the Lingyun God King and the Kunlun God King, and their relationship was not bad. After confirming that the Gudao Mountain style of doing things was more suitable for their camp, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect acted as guarantors and recommended the Gudao Mountain to join the Sky Pillar camp. The Sky Pillar faction was a faction that the Harren Orthodox sect, the Lingyun Palace, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds had decided to form after discussion and named it the Sky Pillar faction. It meant that they hoped that this faction would become the pillar of the entire world in the future. After the Gudao Mountain joined the Sky Pillar camp, in the first few years, they were defeated by the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. They were almost doubting their lives. It was only after they understood the reason that they let go of their pride as a God King faction and truly joined the Sky Pillar camp. With the help of the Hao Ranjin sect, they built the Creation Spirit Pool and became a member of the Hidden Dragon City. The strength that they had lost in the battle with the Demon Clan was also quickly recovering. As for the other God King faction in the western regions, the Tianju sect, after the Hao Ranjin sect and the other factions understood, they decisively gave up on the idea of letting the Tianju sect join the Sky Pillar camp. The Tianju sect was founded by the Tianju king during the mythological era. When it was founded, its philosophy was to cultivate in seclusion. In the western regions, other than the Tianju sect, there were also the ancient Buddha temple, the Bodhi court, the King Kong sect, the Luli sect, and more than 500 other superfactions and holy lands. Among them, a considerable number of superfactions and holy lands were inextricably linked to the Tianju sect. When the Demon Clan was wreaking havoc in the western regions, Most of the super factions and holy lands in the western regions, including the Tianzhu sect, actually used the demon clan as a target. Not only did they plot against the original western regions, but they also ruled blindly. They clearly had the strength and ability to save the innocent people who were killed by the demon clan. However, they preserved their strength and allowed the demon clan to grow stronger in order to gain more benefits and believers. After understanding the Western region's foundation, most of the factions in the Demon Killing Alliance looked down on the Western regions. They simply gave up on supporting the Western regions and took out more strength to support the Southern Wilderness, which was the weakest faction in terms of overall strength. Other than the changes in the Northern Wilderness and the Southern Wilderness, the biggest changes in the Central Plains were the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. In the past 20 years, the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, under the shock and suspicion of the major factions in the Central Plains, launched a massive expansion. Not only did they increase the number of disciples they recruited every year, but they also continuously annexed some third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate factions. However, they did not annex those factions forcibly. Instead, they chose to annex those third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate factions peacefully. There were no casualties. At the same time, the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and other factions in the Sky Pillar camp also wantonly cooperated with the Sea Clan in the Boundless Ocean. With their support, the Mermaid Clan, the Sea Lion Clan, the Golden Horned Rhinoceros Clan, the Deep Sea Dragon Whale Clan, and the Blue Sea Shen Turtle Clan that cooperated with the Sky Pillar camp had a significant increase in their strength. With the help of these 5 sea clans, the Sky Pillar camp not only obtained a lot of cultivation resources that were unique to the ocean, but they also extended their influence to the ocean that was 200 million miles away from the coast. In the past 20 years, in order to increase the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect, Yi Tianzong did not only increase the supply of various resources, but he also took out a part of the powerful martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse Mysterious Scripture. These martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse Mysterious Scripture were not as simple as martial skills. Once the disciples of Hao Oren who obtained some of these martial skills advanced to the myth stage, they would realize that these martial skills were actually simplified versions of martial skills. As long as they had enough comprehension, they would be able to comprehend a very powerful martial skill through these martial skills. How could the martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse Mysterious Scripture by Yi Tianzong, who was at the peak of the 6th heaven of the myth stage and was at the peak of the heavenly god stage, be simple? After obtaining some of the powerful martial skills from Yi Tianzong, the strength of the powerhouses and disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect increased by another level. After cultivating the martial skills from Yi Tianzong, the strength of the Haoran disciples who had just stepped into the king stage had also increased by another level. In the past 20 years, the overall strength of the Hao Ranjun sect had increased by at least 10%. The Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Saint Lands had also increased their strength by a lot in the past 20 years. However, they would not be able to increase their strength significantly in a short period of time. Half a month before Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth, the people from the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, the 10 Great Saint Lands, and Mount Gudao arrived at the Hao Ranjun sect and temporarily stayed in Haoran City. This time, the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master each brought 10,000 people, while the 10 Great Saint Lands brought 8,000 people each. On the other hand, the mountain master of Mount Gudao brought 500 people with him. Because Mount Gudao had only joined the Sky Pillar camp for a short period of time, they were not of much help to the Hao Ranjun sect. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranjun sect were not good people either. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Saint Lands were not very willing to let Mount Gudao get a share of the loot so easily. However, since they were all part of the Sky Pillar camp, it was not right for them to leave Mount Gudao behind. After Yi Haoran asked Yi Tianzong, Yi Tianzong thought about it and gave them 500 spots. This time they would treat it as a benefit for Mount Gudao. If they wanted more spots in the future, they would have to see what benefits Mount Gudao could bring to the Haorange insect. After the Mount Gudao master asked the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master, he also found out about the benefits of participating in breaking the seal of heaven and earth. He was shocked and overjoyed, so he tried to find out how to break the seal of heaven and earth and expressed his desire to obtain more spots. For the first time, the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master felt a trace of regret for recommending Mount Gudao to the Sky Pillar Camp. Back then, they had put in so much effort and paid a price to support the Haorange sect. After waiting for so long, they only obtained 3,000 spots in the beginning. You did not do anything, yet you still say that we helped you. We only gave you 500 spots because you are a member of the Sky Pillar Camp. Otherwise, you can just stay where you are. This fellow still wanted to obtain more spots. Did he think that this was a charity hall? The Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master, who were in a bad mood, did not directly answer Mount Gudao's question. Instead, they talked about how they had formed an alliance with the Haorange sect. Then they, the Haorange sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had painstakingly established the demon-slaying alliance. After that, they had put in a lot of effort and waited for a long time before the Haorange sect finally relented and gave them a spot. Just like that, they had been grumbled by the Haoran disciples. When Mount Gudao master noticed that the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master had not contributed much to Mount Gudao and had obtained 500 spots so easily, he instantly calmed down and suppressed his restless thoughts. Then he kept reminding himself, greed is the original sin. As a person, you must be content with what you have. It's already not bad to obtain 500 spots without doing anything. You must not be greedy. Otherwise, such a great opportunity will disappear forever. You will even be expelled from the Sky Pillar Camp. Chapter 219. Half a month passed quickly, and it was the day Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth. Everyone who could participate was excited. This time, a myth realm expert would appear after the seal of heaven and earth was broken. The myth realm was far beyond Wusheng's realm. After Wusheng reached the myth realm, not only would his strength change drastically, but more importantly, his lifespan would increase from 3,000 years in Wusheng's realm to 12,000 years. And this was only the lifespan of a myth realm expert. From the first heaven of myth realm to the third heaven of myth realm, every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 12,000 years. After reaching the third heaven of myth realm, one's lifespan would increase to 36,000 years. And after breaking through to the fourth heaven of myth realm, one's lifespan would increase to 72,000 years. From the fourth heaven to the sixth heaven of myth realm, every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 36,000 years. Although there were very few Wusheng who could break through to the myth realm, after all, there was an environment and hope for him to break through. Under everyone's excited gazes, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Tianzong and Shan Yu broke through together. However, Yi Tianzong was in front, and Shan Yu was behind him. Yi Tianzong was once an expert at the peak of the sixth heaven of the myth realm, while Shan Yu's original body had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the myth realm. Although only a trace of her soul and fragmented memories remained, it was not difficult for her to break through to the myth realm. This time, Yi Tianzong planned to let him break through first, then deal with the black humanoid creature formed by the sealing chains and let Shan Yu break through. As for Ling Xinyue, because she had no experience in the myth realm, to avoid any accidents, she waited until Yi Tianzong dealt with the black humanoid creature, and then he would guide Ling Xinyue to break through. Under the gazes of everyone below, Shan Yu and Ling Xinyue stared at Yi Tianzong for a while. Then their ethereal figures flew over and stopped 100 li away from Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong took a deep breath and looked up into the sky, his heart pounding. He had been waiting for hundreds of years, and now he was finally going to reach the god-myth level. Yi Tianzong had been preparing for this day. He used a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the boundless immortal abode to refine many divine-grade medicinal pills that could help myth realm experts cultivate. Furthermore, other than the fact that his divine soul realm could not be improved, his magic power, physical body, martial skills, and other aspects had all been cultivated to the peak that he could achieve at present. If he couldn't unearth more of his potential, he wouldn't be able to improve in any way. However, Yi Tianzong knew that his supreme potential could only be fully unleashed when he reached the myth realm. Below the myth realm, it didn't matter if he had more or less of it. Below the myth realm, the stronger one's foundation was, the stronger one's combat power would be. After reaching the myth realm, one's strength would indeed be stronger than ordinary elites of the same level, but it was not absolute. There were too many elites in the universe who might not be as strong as those with strong foundations and powerful combat power in the beginning, but as they grew, their potential and strength would also become stronger. The further they went, the faster they improved, and their strength would become stronger. They could even become kings and emperors among those of the same level. Yi Tianzong himself had gone through 10 world shuttles. Every time he went through a world shuttling, all his strength and cultivation results from his previous life would be transformed into greater potential and foundation with the help of the boundless immortal abode. After 10 transmigrations, all the cultivation results became the foundation of this life. Moreover, there was also the invisible transformation of the immortal mansion's vast energy at all times. Yi Tianzong's potential could only be unearthed when he reached the myth realm. Below the myth realm, with the environment of profound spirit world, no matter how much effort Yi Tianzong put into it, he could only unearth a little bit of it. It was not worth wasting too much energy and time. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had long yearned for the myth realm. A god myth's main method of attack was to use divine abilities. Wu Sheng's breakthrough from 9th heaven to the myth realm was an all-around improvement. Not only did it require sufficient magic power, nascent divinity realm, and physical strength, but it also required a basic understanding of the laws. After all, breaking through to the myth realm did not only mean facing the test of the lightning tribulation, but also the test of the laws of heaven and earth. If one's comprehension of the laws was not at the basic level, it was impossible to break through to the myth realm. This was the iron law of the universe. It would not be changed by anyone, and no one could change it unless one reached the level where they could change the laws of the universe. Yi Tianzong calmed his somewhat excited heart and began his breakthrough. Since Yi Tianzong had reached the myth realm several times, the process of breaking through to the myth realm was a walk in the park for him. Yi Tianzong's body emitted a strange wave of energy. Then, endless black clouds rapidly gathered above Yi Tianzong. Lightning flashed in the black clouds, and they quickly expanded to cover an area of 1,000 miles. After expanding to an area of 1,000 miles, the black lightning clouds pressed down on Yi Tianzong. From afar, it looked as if they had appeared above Yi Tianzong's head. The dark clouds were roaring and churning, and the lightning and thunder within them were increasing in number, and their power was also increasing. After 2 hours of brewing, the black clouds had gathered enough energy. Then, under the suffocating pressure of the Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, and the others below, a 1-foot-wide crimson lightning bolt struck down on Yi Tianzong's head. Feeling the power of the crimson lightning, Yi Tianzong's expression became a little serious. From Wu Sheng to the myth realm, one had to go through 9 bolts of lightning. According to the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation, the number of bolts of lightning would not change, but the power of the lightning would increase or decrease accordingly. For a martial artist like Yi Tianzong, who had a strong foundation and powerful battle strength, when undergoing the tribulation, the power of the lightning would naturally be much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, Yi Tianzong was in a special world like the profound spirit world. The seal of heaven and earth had not been broken, and the profound spirit world did not allow the myth realm to appear. In this way, when Yi Tianzong forcefully broke through to the myth realm, not only would he be tested by the lightning, but the power of the lightning would also be stronger because of the forceful breakthrough. The power of the first bolt of lightning had far surpassed the lightning that he experienced when he broke through to the myth realm in his previous life. Yi Tianzong did not dare to be careless. He was prepared to go all out from the beginning. In the face of the heavenly thunder, Yi Tianzong did not wait passively. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the heavenly thunder. Yi Tianzong directly used the attack of the God-shattering finger, which was even more powerful, to fight against the crimson lightning. Yi Tianzong felt as if he had returned to the time when he fought with all his strength against his enemies. Facing the attack of the lightning, Yi Tianzong did not show any signs of weakness. The God-shattering finger condensed the vast Li that Yi Tianzong had condensed in his body to the extreme. It pierced through space and attacked the lightning. 9 bolts of lightning struck Yi Tianzong, one after another. The power of each bolt was stronger than the previous one. In the end, Yi Tianzong directly used the boundless godly sword to fight against the lightning. In the end, the power of the 9th bolt of lightning was the sum of the power of the previous 8 bolts of lightning. Yi Tianzong did not care about the consumption of Li in his body. He used the light of the corona 3 times in a row, and only then did he cancel out most of the power of the lightning. In the end, the remaining lightning still struck Yi Tianzong. It directly struck Yi Tianzong from mid-air to the ground, causing him to sink 3 feet into the ground. Tianzong, hubby, young sect leader, Yi Haoren and the others, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect all shouted worriedly. They quickly flew towards the place where Yi Tianzong had landed. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Don't come over. Otherwise, the will of heaven and earth will mistake you for someone who is also going through a tribulation, and there will be lightning. Yi Tianzong flew out from the ground with his body charred black. He directly appeared in the sky and said to the people who had rushed over. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, Yi Haoren, and the other people of the Haoranjin sect who had rushed over quickly all stopped and looked at Yi Tianzong in the sky with worry in their eyes. Yi Tianzong did not bother to tidy up his somewhat disheveled appearance. He changed into a clean set of clothes and directly sat cross-legged in mid-air. At this time, the final test of heaven and earth had also arrived. The dark clouds that filled the area within a radius of 1,000 miles rapidly shrank and finally turned into a net of heaven and earth's law that was 30 feet in size and composed of 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. As long as Yi Tianzong could break a hole in the net of heaven and earth's law with the laws he had comprehended and escape from a net of heaven and earth's law, it meant that he had successfully passed all the tests of heaven and earth and broken through to become an expert at the first heaven of the myth realm. Chapter 220. The net of heaven and earth's law was formed by the 3,000 laws that supported the profound spirit world. To break a gap in the net of heaven and earth's law, one only needed to use one's own laws to find the corresponding laws that formed the net of heaven and earth's law. Then, one could break the net of heaven and earth's law. This was very easy for Yi Tianzong, who had already experienced it several times. In a short moment, Yi Tianzong used the laws of space to break free from the net of heaven and earth's law. He passed the 2 tests that Wu Sheng had to go through to break through to the myth realm. After Yi Tianzong passed the tests, the net of heaven and earth's law disappeared. Then, a 5-colored beam of light shot out from another layer of space and entered Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong did not make a fuss. This 5-colored beam of light was a reward given by the will of heaven and earth to warriors who had successfully passed the god's tribulation. The 5-colored beam of light was actually the purest origin energy of heaven and earth. The beam of light would last for 10 breaths of time. How much benefit one could get depended on how much they could absorb. The worst-case scenario was that they could recover from their injuries. Yi Tianzong did not care about anything else. He used all his strength to refine the 5-colored beam of light that entered his body. Because of the heaven's expanse mysterious scripture, Yi Tianzong was like a black hole that could completely absorb the power of the 5-colored beam of light. Because of the lightning strike, his body was recovering rapidly. In less than a breath of time, all his injuries were healed. His body was also evolving rapidly toward the god's body. At the same time, Yi Tianzong's remaining magic power was stimulated by the pure origin energy of heaven and earth. It was quickly transformed into a higher grade of divine essence. From the second breath of time, Yi Tianzong's divine essence was increasing rapidly. After Yi Tianzong had just broken through to the myth realm, his cultivation level increased rapidly. Early stage, peak early stage, middle stage, peak middle stage, late stage, peak late stage, and peak late stage. 10 breaths later, the 5-colored light pillar disappeared. Yi Tianzong's cultivation base stopped at the peak of the late first sky of myth realm. His godly body also finished evolving. Yi Tianzong opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out. He felt the majestic energy in his body. Compared to his previous life, the divine energy in his body was 50% more, and it was even purer. With a single thought from Yi Tianzong, a vast and powerful qi power, which seemed to be able to reign over heaven and earth, emanated from his body and shook the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the winds and clouds within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles surged, and the heavens and the earth lost its color. Not far from Yi Tianzong, the people from the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the other forces felt as if a towering divine mountain was pressing down on them under Yi Tianzong's vast qi power. Unable to withstand the pressure, they collapsed to the ground one after another. Only Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yihaoren, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family were barely able to support themselves and didn't lie down. Thankfully, Yi Tianzong had only unleashed his power for a brief moment. Everyone breathed sighs of relief, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the power Yi Tianzong had just unleashed. At the same time, they all yearned to reach the god-myth level. Only after experiencing it personally did they know that the myth realm and Wushang's realm were 2 completely different concepts. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just now, Yi Tianzong had only released a little of his qi power, and these experts from Wushang, especially those from the 9th sky of Wushang, couldn't withstand the boundless pressure and lay on the ground. In the face of such a vast and endless pressure, they were like mortals facing Wushang. They couldn't even think of resisting. After familiarizing himself with the power in his body, Yi Tianzong felt the abnormal situation in the sky. He looked up and saw that the boundless dark clouds had appeared again. At the same time, a message from the will of heaven and earth was transmitted to Yi Tianzong's mind. This time, in order to break the seal of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong needed to experience 3 God-destroying thunder tribulations. As the name suggested, the God-destroying thunder tribulations was the heavenly thunder that could destroy a myth realm expert. This kind of God-destroying heavenly thunder would destroy the person who tried to break the seal of heaven and earth from 3 aspects: the soul, the body, and the mana. This was the restriction that was set when the seal of the profound spirit world was placed. After understanding the situation, Yi Tianzong's face suddenly became gloomy. In his heart, he was filled with endless killing intent towards those who sealed the profound spirit world. They simply didn't leave any way out. Under normal circumstances, after Wu Shang broke through to the myth realm, under the reward of the origin of heaven and earth, the mana in his body would quickly transform into divine essence. However, it would take at least 10 years to complete the promotion from primordial spirit to divine soul. Not to mention the transformation of the divine body would also take time. In addition to Yi Tianzong's powerful divine soul, he had also completed the transformation of the divine body. If it was any warrior who had just broken through to the myth realm, they would definitely die in the face of the god destroying heavenly thunder. Although Yi Tianzong knew that the people who sealed the profound spirit world didn't have good intentions when he broke the seal of heaven and earth, only now did he realize that the people who sealed the profound spirit world were actually sinister to such an extent. This seal was set up so harshly and viciously that it didn't leave any way for the people of the profound spirit world to survive. It eliminated all possibility of breaking the seal of heaven and earth. Under the worried gazes of everyone on the ground, Yi Tianzong safely survived the 3 golden red god destroying heavenly thunder. Then millions of black cloud figures descended from the dark clouds in a radius of 1,000 miles. They fought with all the people of the Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, 10 great holy lands, and Mount Gudao within the range of the clouds. After 4 hours of battle, the black cloud figures in front of everyone dissipated because of the exhaustion of energy. In these 4 hours of battle, the people of the Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and 10 great holy lands had no problem dealing with it because they had experienced it several times. However, for the people of Mount Gudao who had experienced it for the first time, it was more difficult. There were 500 people in total. After 4 hours of battle, less than 100 people had persevered, other than the 3 people who were accidentally killed by the black cloud figure. The rest of the people had all suffered injuries of varying degrees and were eliminated midway. Seeing Mount Gudao's miserable performance, the Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master couldn't help but look at each other with regret. They were all forces of the Divine King's inheritance. F***CK, can't you work harder? I told you in advance how to deal with it, but in the end, you still fought in such a disgraceful manner. F***CK, 3 of you died. Are you pigs? Don't you even know how to run? Where are your brains? Even the first time we experienced it, it wasn't so embarrassing. You don't want your face, but I do. You're so useless. How can I, as your referrer, endure it? They noticed the strange gazes of the people of 10 great holy lands and Hao-Ranjin sect. It was as if they were asking, "Are you sure you didn't recommend a fake Divine King's faction? Why are you so useless?" This kind of person was purely wasting the quota. The Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master had never felt as embarrassed as today. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Originally, they wanted to take care of Mount Gudao since they were both Divine King's factions. In the end, their lifetime of brilliance was ruined by Mount Gudao. When the Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master saw the Mountain Master of Mount Gudao walking towards them with serious injuries, they suppressed the dissatisfaction and depression in their hearts. At the same time, they silently made a decision in their hearts. After this matter was over, they would thicken their faces and talk to the Hao-Ranjin sect and 10 great holy lands. They would give Mount Gudao one last chance. If they still couldn't contribute to the alliance, they would completely give up and expel Mount Gudao from Sky Pillar's camp. The black cloud figure disappeared. Next, Yi Tianzong activated Haoran's righteous energy to break the sealing chains. Then he fought the black humanoid creature formed by the sealing chains. Yi Tianzong had advanced to the myth realm and reached the peak of the late stage of the first celestial layer. Moreover, his divine body had also completed the transformation. A small part of his originally supreme potential had been unearthed. His combat strength had reached a new level. In the process of fighting the black humanoid creature, which was equivalent to the second celestial layer of the myth realm, Yi Tianzong and the creature were evenly matched. Everywhere they went, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook. The 2 of them fought fiercely in the sky above the central plains. Each of them affected a huge area of the world. The range of their battle reached a radius of 300,000 miles. No one from Wu, Shang, could get close to this area. Yi Tianzong and the black humanoid creature fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Traces of their battle were left behind not only in the Central Plains, but also in the western regions, northern borderline, and southern wastelands. Their destructive strength deeply shocked all the martial artists in the 4 regions. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had completed the transformation of his divine body in advance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to defeat the black humanoid creature. However, after a bitter battle, Yi Tianzong finally eliminated his opponent completely. This time, he finally succeeded in breaking the seal. Chapter 221. After eliminating the opponent, the entire profound spirit world officially began to expand. The space expanded and strengthened, and the density and quality of the heaven and earth origin energy also rapidly increased. Yi Tianzong entered the immortal mansion to recover for a day. Then he came out of the immortal mansion and returned to the Hao Ranjin sect. After breaking through to the mythical realm, Yi Tianzong could now use part of the power of the laws of heaven and earth to travel. With a step, it was as if he had traveled through space, instantly crossing millions of miles. In less than a day, he returned to the Hao Ranjin sect's Haoran city. With Yi Tianzong's safe return, everyone put down the worries in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Tianzong's relatives, such as Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoran, Yi Tianzong, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and other Yi Tianzong, had already accumulated to their limits in the past. They began to break through to the mythical realm one after another under Yi Tianzong's care, striving to break through to the mythical realm before the expansion of heaven and earth was completed. During this period, the Lingyun Hall Master and the Kunlun Sect Master somewhat cautiously pleaded with Yi Tianzong, hoping to give Gudao Mountain another chance. If they could not make any contributions to the alliance within 20 years, they would be completely expelled from the Sky Pillar Camp. After some consideration, Yi Tianzong agreed to the Lingyun Hall Master and the Kunlun Sect Master's request. This time, the expansion of the world was different from the past. Now, the recovery of the profound spirit world had entered the late stage. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, the expansion of the world would last for at least 3 years before it could completely accommodate the powerhouses of the second sky of Myth Realm. He believed that this period of time was enough for his family to break through. As for the people of Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, after breaking the seal of heaven and earth, did not leave Haoran City. Their previous experience told them that the Hao Ranjin sect was a treasure land that was favored by the will of heaven and earth. Taking advantage of the expansion of heaven and earth, cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. It could also greatly increase the success rate of breaking through to the next realm. Anyone who left would be a fool. Yi Tianzong had broken through to the mythical realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. In order to allow more people in Hao Ranjin sect to break through to the next realm before the expansion of heaven and earth was completed, Yi Tianzong directly used his strength and methods. With Tiangang Peak as the center and the 6 peaks around Tiangang Peak, Yi Tianzong directly used Tiangang Peak as the center Tian Peak to the next realm. Each peak was carefully arranged according to the layout on Tiangang Peak. The Haoran Wu Ji formation, which was also a combination of defense, spirit gathering, illusion, enemy trapping, and attack, was also placed on each peak. Now that Yi Tianzong had broken through to the mythical realm, he used even more powerful methods and began to arrange the 7-star spirit gathering formation that he wanted to do but could not do in the past. With Tiangang Peak as the center, the 7-star spirit gathering formation was supported by the other 6 peaks. It communicated with and attracted the power of the stars in outer space to gather the chi of heaven and earth within a radius of millions of miles. In this way, all the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect would not lack the chi of heaven and earth when they cultivated. With the mobilization and assistance of the entire Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong spent 3 days and finally completed the deployment of the 7-star Spirit Gathering Formation. After the formation was activated, the Qi of heaven and earth gathered by the 7-star Spirit Gathering Formation was then filtered and condensed by the Haoren Wu Ji Formation. Every peak was filled with the Qi of heaven and earth that was so thick that it formed a fog. All the people of the Hao Ranjin sect who participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth returned to Tiangang Peak and the other 6 peaks to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible. As for the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands who did not leave, they cultivated in the mountains near Haoren City. After all, Haoren City was also relatively close to the place where the seal of heaven and earth was broken. Although it could not be compared to the cultivation environment of Tiangang Peak and the other 6 peaks, cultivating near Haoren City would also be blessed and increase the chances of a successful breakthrough. The people of the Hao Ranjin sect turned a blind eye to the actions of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. They did not say anything. There were many disciples of Haoren City who were cultivating in Haoren City. However, to break through from Wu Sheng to the myth realm, one had to go through the test of heavenly thunder, which was more dangerous. As long as it did not affect the people of Haoren City, other places would take care of the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. It was up to them to choose. After the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands received the order from the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect, they knew that the Hao Ranjin sect had tacitly agreed to let them cultivate in the mountains near Haoren City, as long as they did not affect the cultivation of the Haoren disciples and did not enter the defensive range of the Hao Ranjin sect. While they were secretly grateful to the people of Hao Ranjin sect, they also sighed in their hearts at the people of Mount Gudao who had left long ago. They were really useless. A great opportunity was right in front of them, but they missed it just like that. There was no need to mention the regret in the hearts of the masters of Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect. They had completely given up on Mount Gudao. Then they began to adjust their condition. At the same time, they took out the resources they had accumulated over the years and began to break through to myth realm. On the 10th day after Yi Tianzong finished setting up the 7-star Spirit Gathering Formation, Shen Yu successfully passed the test of the heaven and earth's law under Yi Tianzong's protection. She successfully reached first heaven of myth realm and became a powerful existence in myth realm. From then on, her lifespan was limitless. However, because Shen Yu had a great deal of negative karma, she was not favored by the world and her luck was shallow. Although she had accumulated a lot of good karma, she only reached the early stage of first heaven after breaking through to myth realm. However, Shen Yu was already very satisfied, because she had become Yi Tianzong's woman and shared part of Yi Tianzong's vast and boundless karma. She was able to break through to myth realm because of that. Otherwise, if she wanted to break through to myth realm alone, she would definitely die. 1 month after Shen Yu successfully broke through, Ling Xinyue also went through a tough battle under Yi Tianzong's careful guidance. She passed through the heaven and earth, thunder calamity in heaven and earth's law net, and successfully broke through to the middle stage of the first sky of myth realm. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, who had ascended to the myth realm, had been reborn. Their already peerless beauty had become even more stunning and incomparably beautiful. Even Yi Tianzong could not help but be a little infatuated with them. After Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu successfully broke through, they entered Haoren's immortal mansion. With the help of the incomparably superior environment in the immortal mansion, they transformed their souls, consolidated their accumulation, and deepened their foundation to familiarize themselves with the mysteries of myth realm. As for Yi Tianzong, he continued to guide Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Su Mingxin, Li Qingya, and the others in their cultivation. After another 3 months, Yi Haoren was the first to break through to the early stage of first heaven of myth realm. In the following half a month, Yi Tianzong's mother, Su Mingxin, also successfully broke through to the early stage of First Heaven of Myth Realm. In the following year, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingshi also broke through one after another and successfully advanced to Myth Realm. At this point, all of Yi Tianzong's family members had become Myth Realm experts, and they could look down on the world. After Yi Haoran and the others successfully broke through, Yi Tianzong gave each of them 2 spirit congealing pills to assist in transforming their souls. According to the accumulation of Yi Haoran and the others, it would take them at least 3 years to completely transform their primordial spirits into souls. The spirit congealing pills that Yi Tianzong gave them could shorten the time by half. Half a year after Yi Haoran and the others broke through, which was also the 3rd year after the world began to expand, perhaps because they were stimulated or perhaps because they had accumulated enough, 6 of the Wushan kings in the Haoranjin sect broke through to Myth Realm. However, because they were struck by heavenly thunder during the process of breaking through, their injuries were too severe and they could only enter the early stage of First Heaven of Myth Realm. Even half of their divine bodies were transformed, and they did not complete the transformation even once. But they finally broke through, and they only needed to spend some time to completely stabilize their realm.